as excuse, our co-organizer, Jordi Principal, who is ill, along with some of our volume contributors who couldn't make it today for one reason or another. Then let me greet any viewers who are following or who will be following this event through YouTube Live and who will be able to post questions through chat later on. In fact, this online workshop also serves as the sixth workshop al Camp de les Lloses, which, unlike the rest of the series, for obvious reasons, has to be conducted online. Accordingly, we would thank as well the Museu d'Arqueologia de Catalunya for providing us with its social media platforms in order to disseminate and broadcast this event. Today's workshop and even our edited volume are a byproduct of the exceptional events we are all still experiencing worldwide. We originally invited most of you to participate in a conference scheduled in Girona in September last year. Originally, that conference was part of the work plan of a research grant funded by the Spanish Ministry of Science, which needs to be properly acknowledged, of course. In such a conference, we aimed to address both the integration and connectivity of an entire region, now more cogently described as the northwestern Mediterranean, in a period of extreme turmoil between the Middle and the late Roman Republic. The global health crisis, though, made us rethink the entire project, leading to a new scheme. We shifted the relative order of the two research activities, conference plus volume, giving priority this time to the international publication of a multi-author volume in the first place. As you all know, this volume was finally accepted by Oxbow Books and is still being edited with some delay, but we are expecting its publication early next year. These brief considerations bring us to today's online workshop. This is intended to be an informal, very informal event where preliminary results will be presented by the contributors who finally could make it to this event today. Although our edited volume will hold all originally scheduled chapters. For this event, presentations have been scheduled following the volume's list of contents, except for, obviously, for the absentees. Since time is always pressing, we have asked our contributors who talk today to limit their papers to a maximum of 8 minutes each. We have allocated more time, though, for discussion, which will be set at the end of each session. There will be 2 sessions with a break in between. The first one chaired by myself and the second one chaired by Dr. Jordi Pérez González, who is currently Juan de la Cierva Formación postdoctoral researcher working with us in Girona. Last but not least, a note for any YouTube visitors to this event. Papers will be presented in the language chosen by our contributors, who have also been most kind to use English in their PowerPoint presentations, at least. As a point of order, I have been asked to ask you all to switch off your video cameras and, of course, sound when not speaking in order to have more wideband Thank you very much for that. And that's all for the time being. And let's start with our first session according to our program. And our first session is Rome and the Western Mediterranean. And our first speaker is Dr. Marleen Termeer from the University of Amsterdam. Hi, Marleen. Thank you so much for coming. Okay, time is yours. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, everyone. I won't be speaking in Dutch, even though we could speak our own language, but I will speak in English. So that's probably easier. I'll share my screen. There we go. I hope you can all see that.
Yes.
And well, thank you very much, Tony, and also Jordi and Mike for organizing this, even in these very difficult circumstances. I'm very much looking forward to hearing all the papers today. And I'll very quickly start with my own 8 minutes. So in the edited volume that we're producing, my paper will deal with the influence of Western connections on the coin stock in Italy, with a particular focus on non-Roman coins in it. And as you can see from the title, my aim really is to give an overview of how this develops from the 3rd to the 1st centuries BCE. I have 2 simple but important main questions that are at the heart of the paper, which are first, which non-Roman coins are present in Italy, and what is the nature of the connections that may explain their presence. So what I will do today is present the main outlines of my arguments, starting very briefly with the 3rd century BCE, because I think it's important as a baseline for what happens next. So let's see, there we go. As you probably know, the first Roman coinage in the 3rd century BCE was small scale, intermittent, and most probably it was only produced in specific circumstances related to military activity. And Rome was far from being the only coin producer in Italy in this period. Here you can see an overview of coin producers in Italy in the 3rd century. Interestingly, this means that in the 3rd century, non-Roman coin was an integral part of the coin stock that circulated in central Italy. And I would just like to show very briefly that already in this period, we can recognize some connections with the West Mediterranean. So this is a coin of Cales, a Latin colony found in 334 BC. And the coin is dated to the period of the First Punic War. And it's very interesting to see that these Gallic imitation of these coins, which were brought to my attention by Clive Stannard and Luigi Graziano. And as far as I'm aware of, we know very little about the exact provenance or even the date of these imitation coins. So if any of you have any advice on that, I would be really happy to hear that. But they clearly show some kind of connection between Italy and Gaul in this period. And my best guess would be that these Gallic imitations are the result of some kind of military connection. For example, the presence of Gallic mercenaries in Italy. So only towards the end of the 3rd century, in the context of the Second Punic War, did Rome monopolize the production of silver coinage in Italy. And in the 2nd century, foreign silver coin does not circulate in Italy anymore. Access to Iberian silver was, of course, important in that development, first from plunder and subsequently from exploitation of the mines. And there's this quite interesting recent article in Archaeometry that has some really interesting results in that regard. Interestingly, however, the picture is rather different for the bronze coinage. So during the Second Punic War, Rome, of course, produced large amounts of bronze coinage, but in the course of the 2nd century, Rome seems to lose interest in the production of bronze coins, resulting in, as Clive Stannard has dubbed it, a crisis of small change. And under those circumstances, a variety of non-Roman coins circulates in Italy in the 2nd and 1st centuries. So we get these 3rd century bronze coins that remain in circulation. You get various cities on the Italian peninsula that continue to produce their own bronze coinages. But more relevant for my paper today is that there's these non-state actors that produce coinage, and some blocks of coins were imported from various places in the Mediterranean. So as a first step to recognize the Western connections that are important in the 2nd and 1st centuries, I've looked at the presence of Hispanic and Gallic coinage in 3 published assemblages that you see here to the right. So the coins from Roma Sottosuolo, which were published by Maria Barbato, the Leary finds in Minturnae, which are being studied by Clive Stannard, and I've included one assemblage from Pompeii, from the Perugia excavations, which were studied by Samuele Ranucci. And I've roughly divided those coins in those found in Hispania Ulterior, Citerior, and Ebusus, and in Gaul, Massalia, and other mints. So in general, the number of coins from Iberia and Gaul in these assemblages is low, but we can recognize some interesting patterns if we compare the relative numbers of Iberian and Gallic coins in these 3 assemblages. So what you see here is the percentage compared to the total number of Iberian plus Gallic coins. So as you can see, both in Rome and in Minturnae, there's actually quite a similar picture. So they have more Gallic specimens than Iberian specimens. And I would say that it's likely that this reflects the kind of intensity of trade, or rather traders moving around. So you need to realize by this time the army was being paid in silver, so military explanation is not very likely. And bronze coins were mainly used as small change. So these coins probably reached Italy really in the pockets of people. The larger amount of Ebusan coins in Minturnae compared to Rome is probably can be explained by Minturnae's relative vicinity to Pompeii, where, as you can see, Ebusan coins form a large majority in this assemblage. And that presence of Ebusan material in Pompeii has been noticed in other Pompeian projects as well, so not just the Perugia project. And as you can see here, this is the work by Clive Stannard. It's present in Pompeii in most excavations in sort of comparable numbers to Rome's own production. And only the production of the local Pompeian mint, which actually partly imitates the Ebusan coins, is present in higher numbers. So it's been quite convincingly, I think, argued by Stannard and Frey Cooper that the best way to explain this large amount of Ebusan coins in Pompeii is that they were important as a block for local use. So in this case, this is not the intensity or the number of contacts that we're seeing, but we see one-off event where lots of coins were imported in one go. So in addition to the military connections that we saw in the 3rd century and general trade connections that we see in the 2nd, we now also have this importation of a block of coins as a way in which connections between the Western Mediterranean and Italy affected the coin stock. And that brings me then to a final topic, which I will discuss very briefly. And these are the so-called Itelobatican series, which are dated to the early 1st century BCE, which I think points at still another kind of contact that is important. So these coins feature types that are used both in central Italy and in southern Spain, men with shovel, ariballus, and 2 strigils, and vulcan. And so both the coins from central Italy and those from southern Spain have the same types, and they're often both lead pieces. So interestingly, these are coins that do not seem to have been produced by political actors, such as state or city. And although the exact dynamics behind these similar series are difficult to pinpoint, the evidence has been connected to sort of strong involvement of Central Italian gentes in the lead trade between southern Spain and Italy. And the coins may then have been produced by a kind of trading company. So in this case, southern Gaul is not included in these connections. And this fits, I think, in a more general image where the 1st century saw more direct trade going on between the area of Minturnae and Spain. So what we seem to witness here is the emergence of a kind of new form of coinage that really stems from these trading contacts between central Italy and southern Spain. And then in conclusion, the influence of Western connections on the presence of non-Roman coins in Italy actually takes quite a lot of forms. So we witness the imitation of coin types, we witness coins traveling with people, the importation of these blocks of coins, and also then in this last instance, the emergence of a new form of non-Roman coinage in Italy. So that's it, very quickly. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Marlene, for your paper. That was very, very interesting. Thank you. Okay, let's go for our next speaker, who is Alexis Gorges from the Université Bordeaux-Montaigne.
So, do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. So, yeah. Thanks a lot. Well, all my presentation. Thanks a lot to the organizer for allowing me to introduce briefly the research I will develop in the monograph. So this research this research is about trade information and institution in the Western Mediterranean, and I will speak in Franglish, apologizing for my accent. So I will begin with the least risky thing we can do when doing research. I will state the obvious. Trade is a practice, it is an experience, it is embedded in a temporality, it happens in a space. It supposes a transmission not only of goods, but also of information, and that transmission may be transmission of information may be implemented through verbal or non-verbal communication and through the use of tools like scales or coins. We just talked about that. In other words, trade relies on codes. Interacting in a trading context supposes to have a knowledge of the codes to use in the places where you intend to trade. Here I will refer, I didn't invent it at all, to these codes as institutions, and I will distinguish two kinds of institutions. First, informal institutions, based on common practice in what Bourdieu would call habitus, and second, formal institutions that exist above and outside people, and that are often formulated as laws, often written and enforced by third-party regulation, administration, state administration, courts, etc. The existence of formal institutions leaves traces besides coinage. The tool associated with trade itself or with the enforcement of trade regulations. These tools are not easy to find. You have here some example from the Athenian agora, but as an indirect consequence, they have an indirect consequence into the technical sphere. If standard capacities exist and are enforced, the capacity of real vessels tend to adapt more or less loosely to it. And therefore, some kind of homogeneity appears from this point of view. And this will be my starting point. I will take this angle to explore my topic. A brief word about the method we will use here. It's a two-step method based on a 3D modeling of commercial pottery, mainly amphora, but we tried also with other kind of potteries, and we apply a statistic treatment to that. I don't have enough time here to describe it, but it will be, hopefully, it will be published soon. So with this method, I propose to explore what would be, I think, a sensible hypothesis and a hypothesis shared by many people. This hypothesis supposes that until Roman expansion, we observe in the Western Mediterranean strong regional diversity from the point of view of both formal and informal institutions. Diversity in value assessment practices, in temporality of trade, in social insertion of it, etc., and also from a methodological point of view. And in the second time, with the Roman rule, the Roman hegemony expanding, Roman formal institutions were progressively adopted, and these structured change practices with the diffusion of the denarius by fistful of heirs, by the diffusion of Roman methodology, by the fact that the forum would be the central institutional place for trade. If this hypothesis is true, Roman standard unit should progressively replace local one and should appear where they were previously absent. So this is what I want to discuss by introducing you to some results we obtained in framework of a project based in Bordeaux. And first, we can observe one thing. At the end of the 3rd century, Roman commercial pottery or Roman amphora production is already structured according to a formal metrology. Roman amphora really have a capacity of circa 26 liters, so circa a cubic foot. And this capacity also explains well the distribution of the amphora, capacity as a whole. Yet, if we go further on time, we can see that the capacities, the theoretical standard unit associated with the amphora is lower, 1 liter lower. And above all, we can see also that the distribution of the sample is in general below the theoretical unit capacity. So the real capacity of amphora is in general less than what it should be. And this will last until at least the Caesarean period. If we look for the other big group of amphora makers on the Western Mediterranean, the Punics, we can see that they also have quite strongly formalized practices, even if there is much more noise when we are dealing with this production. And we can see that they have a standard unit, probably circa 19 liters and a half, around this value. And we can see that this value will endure through time during the 3rd and the 2nd century, but also during Roman time. I will go briefly about that. We cut a little bit the sample to check if the 19 liter theoretical unit applied to other, to the whole period and the whole Punic area. And we can see that Roman Punic amphora from the Roman period, that the distribution, of Punic amphora of the Roman period is also structured according to this circa 19 liters unit. We also observed that we cannot detect true theoretical, true standard units for IBA and amphora production, and maybe I get back to that later. But this is an important point in my opinion, at least for the 4th and 3rd century BCE. So we have two very formalized production. One very formalized, the Roman one less formalized, the Punic one not formalized, the Iberian one. And if we look for common point, we can see that we have a tendency, above all in the Roman samples, which are the bigger one, to have acute curves. So we have a formal capacity that is below the theoretical one. This is something, this is not a scam, in my opinion. They do not sell 26 liter, 25 liter, if it was 26 liter. This is linked with an anticipation of transaction costs. So the capacity of the amphora is lower than what it should be, because they made the transaction costs paid by the buyer. And if we focus on Roman amphora, we can infer from the distribution of the sample we have that the transaction costs are indeed growing through time, that they are much higher, that they are higher in the 2nd, 1st century BC, so the period we are interested with in this workshop, than they were in the 3rd century BC. And in my opinion, this distribution is explained by the anticipation of transaction cost, also related with the general political context, for example, with the civil war, the Sertorian wars that has an impact on amphora distribution. We know it well through this Porfonteio speech from Cicero. If we look for a common point also, we can see that this circa 19 liters unit is very much present in the Punic sample, but explain also a part of the distribution of the Italic one, because it's 0.75%. It's 3/4 of the capacity of an amphora, and we can see we have a peak around this value just below, because the curve is Q, because transaction costs were anticipated. And we can see that this middle ground value has probably a strong meaning in the Western area. In a potter's workshop in Aragon, we excavated a few years ago, we could infer from the capacity of the pots we were finding that they were made in they were made according to a Roman unit, sextarius, congus, but they were also made according to this 19-liter unit. The bigger jar are 10 times the 19-liter unit. So in order to conclude, and excuse me because I think I have been too long already, Roman expansion seemed to have resulted in an augmentation of the transaction costs, at least in some region, and they are probably linked with political context too. Roman expansion did not result in the adoption of Roman standard units as a prevalent reference. Rather, middle ground units rooted in local practices in the Western Mediterranean reality seem to have played an important role. And I believe this is a reflection of a wider picture, where Roman practices did not, in this picture, Roman practices would not replace the older one. It rather competes with them. But local institution, whether formal or informal, remained important at least until 50 BCE. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Alexi, for your paper too. Okay, let's move to our next speakers. That will be Ingrid Dugnac, Jérôme Vénézé et Étienne Roudier.
On arrive.
Ok. Et voilà.
Ah.
Oui, c'est la vidéo que tu n'as pas mis.
Ingrid, alors attends. Ah oui, là.
Voilà.
Ah oui, là. Voilà. Sorry.
Ok. It's yours.
Alors, partager. Nous allons partager notre écran. Est-ce que ça marche ou pas? On partage écran.
Bon.
Partager. Mais non, normalement, on doit avoir le PowerPoint. Pourquoi il n'y a pas le PowerPoint?
Bah, tu l'as.
Mais non,
mets-le en plein écran, peut-être.
You see my PowerPoint?
Yes, of course.
Ah, ok.
Yeah.
Super.
Ouais, vas-y.
Voilà. Excuse me, but we speak Catalan and English poorly, so we will speak in French, and our PowerPoint is accompanied by sentence in English. Donc, nous excusons l'absence de notre collègue Étienne Roudier qui n'a pas pu se joindre à nous aujourd'hui. Nous souhaitons présenter de nouveaux indices liés au phénomène de romanisation dans le Roussillon. Il s'agira de comparer trois espaces distincts, la plaine, attendez, là, ça va pas. Voilà. Voilà. Donc, il s'agira de comparer trois espaces distincts, la plaine, le massif des Alberts et celui du Val-Espire, qui tendent à démontrer une arrivée précoce de populations romaines autour des exploitations métallurgiques du massif du Canigou. Le Roussillon est un territoire le plus méridional de la Gaule du Sud. Cet espace transfrontalier avec l'Espagne comporte des limites géographiques évidentes, marquées à l'est par la mer Méditerranée et délimité sur ses pourtours par des massifs montagneux tels que les Corbières et les Pyrénées. Cette zone est traversée par un axe de circulation terrestre nord-sud, la voie héracléenne puis la voie domitienne, qui relie la péninsule ibérique au reste du continent. Cet axe passe à côté des deux agglomérations principales, l'oppidum de Ruscino et Illiberis au sud. Aucun port conséquent n'est connu sur le bandeau littoral, en dehors de Collioure, oppidum de Pyrène, situé sur la côte rocheuse. Il s'agit d'un comptoir très important à l'âge du fer qui semble abandonné dans le courant de la première moitié du IIe siècle avant Jésus-Christ. Les recherches conduites dans la plaine roussillonnaise ces dernières années ont démontré une situation commerciale et culturelle complexe dès l'âge du fer et jusqu'au début de l'Antiquité. Les données révèlent divers courants d'approvisionnement et un substrat culturel fort, marqué par l'utilisation de la céramique grise roussillonnaise. Dans les agglomérations majeures, les données archéologiques sont très inégales. Toutefois, on retiendra que Russino et a.n.e. sont des centres producteurs de céramique tournée. On sait que Russino a produit des céramiques grises roussillonnaises et de la vaisselle à vernis noir. À ce jour, il semble que l'agglomération de a.n.e. ait également produit sa propre céramique grise roussillonnaise. En effet, Jérôme Bénézet a démontré que le répertoire typologique est parfois légèrement différent. En tout cas, ce second centre de production est bien net au 1er siècle avant Jésus-Christ à travers des céramiques estampées assez tardives. La zone transfrontalière des Alberts est le massif qui sépare l'Ibérie de la Gaule. Les données collectées témoignent d'une implantation romaine très précoce, probablement dès la fin du IIIe siècle et le début du IIe siècle avant Jésus-Christ, autrement dit, dès la conquête de l'Ibérie. Au sanctuaire de la Fagouze, ce phénomène se manifeste principalement par la pratique rituelle du jet de monnaie, jactatio stipis, typiquement romaine. Aussi, à cette période, le mobilier est majoritairement composé d'amphores gréco-italiques et italiques et de vaisselle provenant de la sphère empouritaine, céramique ibérique, côte catalane. Au Camps d'Alastor, au Perthus, c'est également par l'usage prépondérant de céramique provenant de la sphère empouritaine, céramique ibérique et de la côte catalane, qui marque une différence singulière avec le reste des sites roussillonnais contemporains. En effet, dans les habitats de la plaine roussillonnaise, le faciès est dominé par la céramique grise roussillonnaise, parfois plus de 80% de la vaisselle. Ces dernières années, les chercheurs locaux tels que Jérôme Cotarba ou Jérôme Bénézet ont mis l'accent sur ce phénomène et ont fait déjà quelques publications à ce sujet. Autrement dit, les Alberts semblent sous influence indiquette, alliés majeurs des Romains, dès le passage de Caton au début du IIe siècle avant Jésus-Christ. Le dernier élément de comparaison se trouve dans la vallée du Val-Espire. Depuis 2010, des prospections ont été menées, notamment par Étienne Roudier, et ils ont permis la découverte de 150 sites archéologiques inédits, dont plusieurs complexes miniers d'époque antique. Parmi ceux-ci, on peut noter le grand secteur du Serrat d'Antrafica, qui se distingue par quantité du mobilier recueilli en surface. Au total, le site regroupe 5 zones, réparties sur les communes d'Amélie-les-Bains et de Montbolo. Le Serrat d'Antrafica se compose d'une halde, de 2 mines remblayées. Autour de ces zones, on en trouve également de petits ferriers dispersés avec des fonds de fours de petites dimensions. Nous avons proposé d'y voir des fours tests pour s'assurer de la qualité du minerai extrait. Le site est géologiquement situé à l'interface d'une barre calcaire et d'une zone de mica-schiste, ce qui favorise la présence de cuivre et de plomb argentifère. Il faut noter également la présence d'hématite, ce qui signale des gîtes de fer très riches. À quelques kilomètres plus à l'est, on retrouve le site de l'Oratory, un crassier très important estimé à 25 000 m². Il est le seul connu de cette importance dans la vallée. Il est contemporain des mines, donc il semble que ces deux complexes forment un ensemble proto-industriel assez important. Quantitativement, seuls les bords d'amphores et les éléments singuliers ont été collectés en surface. Pour le site du Serrat d'Antrafica, on dénombre à ce jour plus de 150 bords d'amphores Dressel 1A, ce qui est loin d'être négligeable pour un site de ce genre. On notera qu'aucune Dressel 1B n'a été découverte. Rares les bords d'amphores gréco-italiques dites de transition, ce qui pourrait nous inciter à proposer une chronologie un peu plus haute. Des amphores de type Lampe 2 et des tripolitaines anciennes complètent le lot. Concernant la vaisselle, il est intéressant de constater la quasi-absence de céramique locale. En effet, la céramique grise roussillonnaise n'est représentée que par un fragment. Le reste de la vaisselle correspond à des céramiques d'importation, céramique commune ibérique, telles que des calatos, et de la vaisselle commune italique. Parmi la vaisselle à vernis noir, la campagnenne A est majoritaire, mais on note aussi quelques récipients caléniens de bonne qualité. L'assemblage ne semble pas postérieur au début du 1er siècle de notre ère. Enfin, la présence de plusieurs lampes à huile à vernis noir, par ailleurs rares en Roussillon, est à noter. Mais ça n'a rien d'étonnant en contexte minier. Par conséquent, nous avons proposé une datation large comprise entre 130 et 170 avant Jésus-Christ. On peut conclure que la romanisation se traduit de manière différente en Roussillon. À partir de la mainmise romaine sur l'Ibérie, la zone frontalière des Albères et le secteur du Canigou semblent rapidement investis. Ces données contrastent nettement avec le reste de la plaine roussillonnaise, où le commerce italique et ibérique reste minoritaire face aux vaisseliers traditionnels. En conclusion, il est tentant de voir dans ces données le signe de lien très particulier et intense qui lie le monde italique et ibérique avec les zones minières du Canigou, notamment du Val-Espire. Des liens si forts qui nous obligent à envisager plutôt qu'une acculturation l'apport de populations exogènes venues directement du sud des Pyrénées ou d'Italie, ou bien la mise en place et donc l'approvisionnement de cette activité par des entrepreneurs roumains basés au sud des Pyrénées. Dans ces cas de figure, il est difficile de parler de romanisation à proprement parler. Il s'agit avant tout d'une emprise ibéro-romaine de certains espaces que l'on aurait pu penser intégrés à la plaine du Roussillon ou encore d'une mainmise précoce, peut-être même avant la conquête romaine, de l'exploitation des ressources de l'arrière-pays. Dans ce dernier cadre, on peut aussi se poser la question du lien entre les vastes aires d'ensillage observées à Ruscino et à Illiberis et l'approvisionnement des armées romaines en Hispanie, puisqu'il semblerait que les chronologies de comblement des sillons sont comparables à ceux observés sur certains sites catalans, par exemple celui de Saint-Julià de Ramis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ingrid, for your paper too. Yeah, there are some applauses in the audience, so I haven't seen. That's great. Okay, let's move now to the presentation by Corinne Sanchez, Montpellier, CNRS, who will speak on commercial networks in Transalpine Gaul before and after the conquest of 125 BC. Thank you so much, Corinne.
Good morning, everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you to the organizer, and I apologize for speaking in French, but today I'm on excavation and it's a little difficult.
That's fine.
Je vais donc vous présenter la question des réseaux commerciaux en Gaule transalpine avant et après la conquête de 125 avant Jésus-Christ, en sachant que la zone considérée des Alpes aux Pyrénées constitue un lien naturel entre l'Italie et l'Espagne qui représente donc un espace stratégique majeur pour Rome. Alors, quand on regarde ces cartes, il faut, pour comprendre ces réseaux commerciaux, prendre en compte deux sphères géopolitiques dans ce secteur par rapport aux événements ensuite militaires qui vont suivre. Donc, il faut prendre en considération notamment le rôle de Marseille avec des comptoirs comme Agde. Et là, on est bien dans une zone d'influence pour le Languedoc oriental et la Provence en général de Marseille. La limite entre les deux secteurs correspond à la vallée de l'Hérault et à l'est de l'Hérault. Donc là, on est sur une zone, comme vient de le montrer aussi Ingrid, sous influence effectivement du nord de l'Espagne, et il y a des liens extrêmement importants. Donc cette province transalpine va donner bien entendu la province de Narbonnaise, et on voit bien sur la carte en bas à droite tous les réseaux commerciaux qui vont irriguer ce secteur et faire le lien entre l'Italie et l'Espagne, le rôle de villes comme Marseille, Arles, puis Narbonne, mais également le réseau routier avec la voie domitienne dont je vais également vous parler. Alors, pour illustrer ces zones d'influence et pour la zone d'influence de Marseille, j'ai pris l'exemple du site de Latte, qui est à la fois une ville portuaire, mais surtout une ville où il y a une occupation longue qui permet d'avoir des données, notamment ces graphiques, qui montrent justement l'influence de Marseille dans les échanges sur la longue durée, avec une modification de ces échanges autour des années 200-175 avant Jésus-Christ, où on voit bien sur le graphique l'inversion entre les amphores de Marseille et les amphores italiques. Il faut cependant considérer par rapport à ce graphique que l'arrivée de ces amphores italiques reste toujours sous l'influence, plutôt sous la gestion, on va dire, de commerçants marseillais. Alors, ce site de Latte est important aussi pour l'actualité des recherches considérées, puisqu'il y a des fouilles en cours, notamment sur le port, qui viennent de montrer qu'il y a un canal aménagé au début du IIe siècle avant Jésus-Christ. Donc, en tout cas, un développement portuaire à cette période qui est là aussi important et qui a des conséquences donc, sur l'arrivée de ces produits italiques. Alors, lorsqu'on va voir de l'autre côté de l'Hérault, donc la zone du Languedoc occidental, on voit bien que là, on n'est pas sur les mêmes acteurs du commerce. Ça, c'est quelque chose qui est fort connu et je renvoie également aux travaux d'Alexis Gorgue. Donc, on le voit bien sur les amphores gréco-italiques de Pêche-Mao, où on a effectivement des graffitis ibériques, et sur les marques peintes de Vieille Toulouse, où on retrouve les marques peintes là aussi en langue ibère. Donc, cette influence des part et d'autre des Pyrénées, elle est ancienne, elle repose aussi sur des liens culturels, comme le montre également cette carte. On voit la répartition des céramiques importées par rapport aux céramiques locales. Si on transférait aujourd'hui également les campagniennes B sur cette carte, on retrouverait également cette même répartition entre le Languedoc oriental et le Languedoc occidental. Donc voilà, pour vous donner cette impression entre le Languedoc oriental et le Languedoc occidental, donc deux zones d'influence qui vont avoir également des conséquences, comme je vous le disais tout à l'heure, sur les produits italiques. Donc les amphores italiques se retrouvent partout en Gaule. On a donc une certaine impression d'une uniformité de ces produits italiques, mais on s'aperçoit rapidement lorsqu'on commence à regarder les pattes de ces amphores, et là je renvoie aux travaux de Laurence Benquet et de Fabienne Nolmer. Donc lorsqu'on regarde les pattes de ces amphores, on voit qu'il y a des choses différentes, c'est-à-dire que vers Marseille et donc ensuite la vallée du Rhône, on est plutôt avec des amphores qui viennent d'Étrurie, alors que lorsqu'on est du côté du Languedoc occidental, on va avoir plutôt des produits qui viennent du Latium et du Campagno. Alors, je vais insister sur le fait que ces produits vont transiter encore par Emporias, et notamment par rapport à des questions, là aussi, de transport, et notamment des gros bateaux qui viennent d'Italie. Donc, la fondation de Narbonne en 118 avant Jésus-Christ est bien entendu un événement majeur qui va transformer et surtout augmenter justement le transport de ces produits qui viennent d'Italie. Et puis, c'est quelque chose donc, qui va perdurer là aussi dans le temps avec le développement de ce port de Narbonne. Quand je parlais de Tonlon tout à l'heure, cette question de Narbonne s'inscrit là aussi dans des relations privilégiées depuis plusieurs décennies, puisqu'on a l'oppidum de Mont-Laurens, qui, avant la colonie de Narbonne, avait un rôle là aussi majeur dans les échanges. Et il faut considérer que l'oppidum de Mont-Laurens perdure, même avec la colonie qui a été fondée à côté. Donc jusqu'aux années 50 avant Jésus-Christ, on a effectivement cette présence sur un secteur assez proche, 4 km. Et l'oppidum de Mont-Laurens continue à frapper monnaie. Et les études qui ont été faites sur les monnaies de cet oppidum montrent l'importance, bien entendu, des monnaies frappées à Mont-Laurens avec les Nérons de Seine, mais également beaucoup de frappes qui viennent d'Emporias et également beaucoup de monnaies qui viennent de Marseille. Alors, par rapport à ce rôle de Narbonne, qui va devenir effectivement une sorte de clé entre l'Italie et l'Espagne, il y a toute la question maritime, mais aussi la question terrestre, dont je vais évoquer quelques points. Alors, par rapport à la question maritime, donc on pourrait avoir l'impression que les bateaux italiques arrivent directement au port de Narbonne. Ça ne peut pas être le cas parce que vous voyez que on est dans un complexe lagunaires avec des fonds assez difficiles parfois d'accès pour des gros bateaux. Et donc, les bateaux italiques, et notamment les bateaux de type la madrague de Gien, qui font plus de 40 mètres, n'accèdent pas directement à la lagune narbonnaise. Donc, le commerce des amphores italiques au cours du 1er siècle avant Jésus-Christ transite très certainement avant tout, et ça c'était Xavier Nieto qui l'avait montré, par Emporias, et c'est de plus petites embarcations qui font ensuite le trafic vers Narbonne et bien sûr au-delà vers la Garonne. Donc là, c'était une image pour vous montrer également la présence de ces amphores gréco-italiques trouvés dans la lagune narbonnaise et notamment sur le site de la nautique. Alors pour illustrer ce commerce maritime et ces bateaux qui font le lien entre Emporias et Narbonne, alors on a très peu de découvertes d'épaves, sauf celle de Grand Bassin B à Gruissant, où vous avez justement ce plat en bronze avec des inscriptions en langue ibère et également donc les amphores italiques. Il faut aussi remarquer qu'à Narbonne, plus particulièrement, on va avoir de très nombreuses sombreros des copas. Et donc, ça montre là aussi le lien avec le nord de l'Espagne et ces productions qui viennent très certainement et qui accompagnent justement ces bateaux qui sont également chargés d'amphores italiques. Alors, par rapport à la question terrestre, je vous ai mis cette image pour vous montrer toujours ce rôle de nœud de Narbonne et surtout la question de la voie domitienne. Donc là, on est effectivement dans un lieu très favorable par rapport aux potentialités portuaires, mais aussi par rapport à ce croisement de voies terrestres, mais aussi fluviales, puisque vous avez l'Aude qui est représentée en haut. Et la question de la voie domitienne, donc qui fait ce lien entre l'Italie et l'Espagne, avec la fameuse découverte du miliaire du Domitius Aenobarbus, qui atteste donc que la voie a bien été bornée en 118 avant Jésus-Christ. Donc c'est une voie qui marque encore aujourd'hui beaucoup le paysage. Et je terminerai sur ces fouilles justement récentes qui renouvellent un petit peu les données, puisqu'on a souvent des tracés, mais très peu d'interventions archéologiques sur ce type de structure. Et là, la voie domitienne est en cours de fouille à Loupian, dans l'Hérault. Et donc, c'est une fouille qui permet de voir l'aménagement de cet axe majeur qui fait 6,60 m de large, avec là aussi une belle stratigraphie à Loupian, puisqu'on a également adossé à cette voie tout un aménagement lié très certainement à un relais routier, mais ancien, autour des années 100 avant Jésus-Christ. Donc là, on a du matériel, ce qui est rare là également, dans ce type de contexte de voie. Donc, en tout cas, le mobilier qui est présent sur ce site de Loupian en contact avec l'activité de la voie domitienne. Alors, on va avoir énormément de matériel d'écriture, beaucoup de monnaies également qui ont été trouvées sur ce site. Et surtout, on est là, toujours dans un faciès, on va dire, Languedoc-Oriental, puisqu'on est assez proche de Latte. Donc, on va retrouver assez peu finalement de produits ibériques. Il y a juste quelques amphores ibériques peintes. En revanche, vu le contexte, on va retrouver énormément de vases à boire, notamment de céramique à parois fines, qui viennent d'Italie. Donc, on a vraiment une quantité significative de ces vases à boire. Et ce qu'on remarque également sur ce site de Loupian, c'est qu'on est assez proche, malgré tout, du Languedoc occidental. Donc, on est dans quelque chose de faciès un petit peu de limite. Et on va retrouver, mais notamment, pas mal d'amphores puniques, ce qui est assez peu le cas finalement sur d'autres sites. Donc, pour conclure, je dirais que à travers les deux fouilles, notamment de Latte et de Loupian, on a deux nouveaux exemples de contexte à la fois qui peuvent illustrer la question du commerce maritime, mais aussi du commerce terrestre dans ce secteur de la Transalpine. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much for this real outdoors paper. So thank you so much. Okay, let's move to our next speaker, who will be Marc Prat from Universitat de Girona in name of 10 other colleagues, who will talk about late Iron Age Iberians from coastal northeast Hispania and Rome. Thank you. Marc?
Hola, bon dia, em sentiu?
Sí.
I veieu, suposo,
Sí.
el PowerPoint, no? D'acord.
Sí.
Bé, molt bé, bon dia. Jo faré la presentació en català. Bé, durant aquests breus minuts que segueixen, intentaré presentar els resultats de la recerca arqueològica dut a terme per la Universitat de Girona en relació amb les societats ibèriques de l'extrem nord-est peninsular durant el final del període ibèric. Aquest és un estudi rellevant, bàsicament per dos factors. Un, perquè va ser un dels primers territoris conquerits en ser conquerit fora de la península itàlica per l'exèrcit de la República Romana. I en segon lloc, perquè el procés de romanització que va iniciar-se en aquell moment va esdevenir un model que va ser utilitzat amb les seves corresponents variants en altres àrees del Mediterrani occidental. Bé, quan les tropes romanes van desembarcar en el territori el 218, la població estava organitzada en òpida, que, tot i presentar lleus diferències, mostren uns patrons comuns. Es tracta d'un model establert en el segle VI abans de Crist que documentem a tot el territori, tant a l'interior com a l'exterior. Els òpides eren assentaments construïts en indrets elevats, amb una bona visió de l'entorn i fàcils de defensar gràcies a la seva posició topogràfica. Estaven protegits amb muralles i ocupats en cases que s'organitzaven a partir de carrers i espais oberts. Algunes incloïen nombroses estances connectades, cadascuna de les quals amb unes funcions específiques, mentre que d'altres eren més senzilles i en un sol espai s'hi desenvolupaven múltiples funcions, com per exemple residencial, productives i d'emmagatzematge. Aquesta darrera funció, la de l'emmagatzematge, també està àmpliament documentada per la troballa de nombroses sitges tant dins dels recintes emmurallats com a l'entorn immediat dels assentaments. Més enllà dels òpidens, també s'han localitzat petits establiments rurals emplaçats a la plana. Es tracta d'hàbitats sense defensa i amb un període de vida relativament curt que tenen una funció clarament agrícola. Aquestes característiques, unides a una cultura material similar, mostren unes comunitats ben establertes en el territori, organitzades en assentaments funcionalment diversos i amb una cultura molt semblant. Més enllà, però, d'aquestes característiques compartides, l'arqueologia també ha documentat diferències. Per exemple, per mencionar-les breument, diferències en la superfície de l'òpida, que poden anar de 15 hectàrees, com seria Puig de Sant Andreu, a uns 1.000 metres quadrats, com Puig Castellet. També la complexitat de les defenses és una diferència. En el cas de Puig de Sant Andreu trobem muralles, nombroses torres, diferents portes i un fossat, i en altres casos simplement hi ha una muralla amb un únic accés. Altres diferències són la diversitat dels habitatges, mentre que alguns òpides tenen nombroses cases complexes amb diferents estances, en d'altres aquestes són rares o inexistents. Aquesta darrera diferència podem afegir-li, per exemple, també la quantitat i qualitat dels objectes importats o també el nombre de sitges localitzades, que poden variar d'un centenar a unes poques. La combinació d'aquesta uniformitat i diversitat ha portat a considerar l'existència d'un estat amb la seva capital a l'Òpidum d'Ullastret. Tanmateix, aquest plantejament no té en compte, per exemple, que Claudi Ptolemeu cataloga la ciutat de Girona com a Ocitànic o altres hipòtesis com la que defensa una organització tribal al llarg del territori. Bé, pel que fa a l'economia, el principal sector econòmic va ser l'agricultura silvícola, representada principalment per l'ordi. Aquesta estava acompanyada per la ramaderia, sobretot d'oví, càbrids i porcs, i per l'explotació forestal. També s'elaboren manufactures com recipients ceràmics, productes tèxtils i objectes metàl·lics. Encara que no podem parlar d'una economia monetària, els intercanvis en formaven part. La troballa, per exemple, de ceràmiques importades des de diferents punts del Mediterrani occidental mostra l'arribada de vi, salsa de peix i vaixella de taula. En aquest marc també cal mencionar l'existència de les polis gregues d'Empòrion i de Rode, que mantenien unes estretes relacions amb els assentaments ibèrics. El 218 a.C., un exèrcit romà va desembarcar a Empòrion en el transcurs de la Segona Guerra Púnica. Uns anys més tard, el 197 a.C., va esclatar una revolta contra el domini romà, la qual cosa va desembocar en un nou desembarcament el 195 a.C. d'un exèrcit romà i amb la derrota dels ibers insurrectes. En aquest context, diferents òpida que no tenen un patró comú van ser abandonats. Aquest és un fenomen, podríem dir, aquest fenomen d'abandonament d'una sèrie d'òpides és el primer pas de la transformació de la societat ibèrica. No obstant això, hem de tenir clar que no tots els òpides van ser abandonats ni tampoc va desaparèixer de cop l'antic model ibèric d'ocupació territorial. Durant aquesta etapa també es documenta l'aparició d'assentaments militars romans que consoliden el domini i el control militar de la República Romana sobre el territori. Per exemple, el més extens seria Empúries, però trobem altres exemples com Mas Gosó, Puig d'Àlia o Falgars, que en aquests darrers casos són Torres de Guaita. Tot i que durant el segle II abans de Crist i els primers anys del segle I l'òpidum continua essent la unitat bàsica d'explotació territorial, documentem canvis. Un canvi, per exemple, seria la monumentalització d'alguns òpida amb la construcció de nous temples que segueixen models arquitectònics itàlics o, per exemple, també la refortificació de les antigues defenses. També, per exemple, es documenta la introducció de nous objectes i materials com les tegulae o les dòlia que no pertanyen a la tradició ibèrica. Durant la segona meitat del segle II abans de Crist hi ha, per exemple, també documentem un augment del nombre d'establiments rurals, que tot i que estan construïts seguint patrons ibèrics, utilitzen alguns elements com tègola i ímbrecs, dòlia o cisternes revestides d'opus signinum, que són elements de la tradició arquitectònica romano-itàlica. En aquest context també existeixen establiments purament itàlics, on es documenta la introducció de pràctiques econòmiques gestionades per tècniques i instruments totalment itàlics, com seria l'olivet d'en Pujol. Tot i que l'economia continua basant-se en l'agricultura, la ramaderia i l'explotació forestal, s'han documentat que hi ha una progressiva monetització d'aquesta. Bé, a inicis del segle I abans de Crist, l'ocupació territorial entra en una nova fase amb la fundació de ciutats romanes i l'abandonament d'alguns assentaments ibèrics. En aquest territori trobem les fundacions d'Empòriae, Gerunda, Blandae i Aquacalidae. L'òpidum en aquest moment deixa de ser la unitat bàsica de l'organització territorial i la seva funció és reemplaçada precisament per aquestes noves ciutats romanes. Els òpides, en aquest context, comencen a abandonar-se, encara que alguns perviuran fins al canvi d'era o una mica més enllà. També és en aquest context quan apareixen les primeres viles, que representen una nova manera d'explotar el territori clarament romana. I que el domini romà no va alterar la predominància de l'agricultura durant el final del període ibèric, sí que va suposar canvis substancials. Per exemple, hi ha una intensificació de la producció que va portar un increment de l'explotació forestal i de la producció i el consum de vi. Un altre canvi està associat amb la importació i exportació comercial i la integració del territori dins de l'economia romana. En aquest context, l'entrada a una economia on l'intercanvi esdevé fonamental condueix a un declivi de l'ús de les sitges. També documentem com gradualment es va adoptant la moneda, l'ús de la qual s'estén lenta però progressivament. Bé, i finalment les conclusions seria que la dominació romana i la submissió de les comunitats ibèriques en aquest territori van conduir a la desaparició de la cultura ibèrica i a la seva substitució per la cultura romano-itàlica. Aquests fenòmens s'estenen al llarg de 2 segles i inclou la transformació progressiva de la cultura ibèrica i la introducció successiva de la cultura romano-itàlica. L'abandonament dels òpida, la fundació de les ciutats o la progressiva integració i assimilació del model econòmic romà són alguns dels elements que conduiran a aquest desenllaç. L'última fase va tenir lloc a l'època augustal, quan les ciutats reben la municipalitat i queden integrades completament en el sistema político-administratiu romà. I bé, fins aquí la meva presentació. Moltes gràcies.
Okay, thank you so much, Mark, for your paper, and of course to all your group, all your team. And then we are going to move to the next presentation by Ignasi Garcés and Borja Martín, who are going to talk on late Iron Age Iberians and Rome in the Segre Valley, northeast Hispania, transformations and integration.
Hi, Tony.
Hi.
Let me share the screen. I hope you can see it now.
Yes, yes.
Let's see. Okay. Good morning. I'm Borja Martín Chacón, PhD student from Universitat de Barcelona. I'm going to be introducing the chapter I have prepared together with Dr. Ignasi Garcés Estallo from Universitat de Barcelona. And we have decided to entitle our chapter Late Iron Age Iberians and Rome in the Segre Valley, northeast of Hispania, Transformation and Integration. You can see the index of our paper. Dr. Garces sends his apologies since he has classes this morning and he won't be able to attend to all the presentations. First of all, we would like to thank the organizers of this event and editors of the book for their effort and their ability to overcome the challenging circumstances we have faced all together. And it's a pleasure to be here today, participating in a project with such an enlightening and inspiring cast of contributors. When Professor Tony Ñaco approached us regarding a contribution related to the interior of the northeast of Hispanic interior, the first challenge we faced was to specify the geographical scope of the study. We have decided to use the Segre River and its basin as the geographical reference that defines the territory we aim to study. We have focused on the polities within this area. You can see them on the map: Ilerda, Ieso, and Aeso. These three settlements experience a profound transformation that represents well the global change this territory underwent between the 2nd and the 3rd century BC. In this chapter, we have tried to emphasize the continuity in the process of constant transformation attested in the Segre Valley. In such, we have briefly introduced the context that led the late Iron Age Iberian polities to interact with Carthaginian and Romans upon their arrival at the Iberian Peninsula. We have also tried to summarize the reactions of the Iberian populations to their new Roman overlords. Based on the somehow limited archaeological evidence of the 2nd century BC, we have noticed how the Roman intervention in this first stage tends to control rather than transform the reality of the Iberian settlements in this period. For this purpose, Roman military outposts were established around the territory. In some cases, we have been able to attest their presence in the vicinity of the surviving Iberian Oppida, as you can see in this case in Aeso, as the recent finds in Aeso, but also Ieso seem to prove. The most important transformation of the settlements of Ilerda, Ieso, and Aeso seem to have taken place around the end of the 2nd century and the beginning of the 1st century BC. At this moment, we have attested the foundations of new Roman towns, which underlines a change in the policy applied by the Roman state. After a period of control and stabilization, Rome decided to actively intervene to transform the reality of the territory. These newly formed Roman towns were related to the ancient Iberian Oppida that until that moment had ruled the territory, although the relation between the two is not as clear as it may look at first glance. Therefore, in the case of Ilerda, Aeso, and Ieso, perhaps the notion of Roman refoundation rather than ex novo foundation should be considered, a concept that may have applied to the case of Ieso. Traditionally, this relation between Roman towns and ancient Iberian Oppida has been used to assert that these new polities would have inherited the peregrine legal status of their ancient counterparts, a status that they would have maintained at least until the end of the 1st century with Caesar and Augustus. Some evidence has been found that could prove that at least some of these communities had a privileged status during the Republic, but this issue is subject to an open debate. Beyond the urban setting, we have also tried to review the changes that rural settlements and storage pits experience and how these new foundations had an impact on this type of practices. Storage pits had a long tradition in the area we're studying. Several archaeological sites have attested that it was precisely at the end of the 2nd century and beginning of the 1st century BC that this type of storage reached its peak. Some of these structures have appeared under or next to the newly founded Roman cities, and the material culture founded on them is the same Ibero-Roman mixture attested in the cities. This fact raises the question whether this increase is related to the new strategy that the Roman state seemed to have developed, or is strictly related to the increasing demand for supplies caused by the presence of the Roman army. Research on these storage pits has also led to a better understanding of the presence and consumption of livestock in urban and rural settlements. These remains have attested a large flock of equids, donkeys, mules, horses, were present in the territory, together with several breeds of canids. Some structures were used as deposits for offerings of sacrificed animals, with several vultures deposited and arranged anatomically. Local centers that manufactured pottery before the Roman conquest had already adopted forms, techniques, and decorations generating recreations. In Republican period, this trend accelerated, although it's not possible to distinguish whether this was the result of the dynamics of craftsmanship, the stimulus created by the demand, or potential distributors in a society that was increasingly integrated into the Roman economy and mentality. We have attested local workshops in Ilerda, in IESO, and in AESO. The recent update of the large epigraphic corpus has revealed a consolidated epigraphic presence between 250 and 150 BC. Thus, the proliferation of Iberian graffiti in the cities around the Segre River between 130 can be considered as local adaptations and not as the result of hypothetical external agents for which we have no evidence. Brief Iberian inscriptions and marks have been attested both in local and in imported pottery during the 2nd and the 1st century BC. To conclude this intervention, the last 2 centuries of the Roman Republic in the interior of the northeast of Hispanic territory were fully dynamic and in continuous transformation. From the arrival of the first Roman forces late in the 3rd century BC up to the end of the Republic, local politics shifted from the Iron Age period to their integration into the Roman provincial system. During the 2nd century BC, Rome adopted a pragmatic policy that used native structures to ensure the control of the territory and the exploitation of its resources. With the arrival of the 1st century BC, Rome decided to actively intervene, strengthening the integration of the Iberian reality to the Roman standards. The active participation of this region in the main events of the late Republic demonstrates the success of this process. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Borja and Ignasi, for your paper. And we're going to proceed to the next one by Imma Mestres and Montserrat Duran del Centre d'Interpretació del Camp de les Lloses, Carles Pedrós i Jordi Principal. Integration and connectivity at the crossroads, al Camp de les Lloses, Tona, Osona. Okay, it's yours.
Bon dia a tothom.
Bon dia.
Els presentarem doncs, el jaciment del Camp de les Lloses, a Tona, on considerem que hi va conviure una comunitat militar entre el 125 i el 75 abans de la nostra era. Integració i connectivitat en una cruïlla de camins. Després de la Segona Guerra Púnica i per un període de quasi 50 anys, les evidències arqueològiques i el poblament al nord-est de la península Ibèrica es redueixen considerablement. No serà fins a un moment de mitjan inici del tercer quart del segle II, abans de la nostra era, que s'anirà detectant una nova onada d'evidències, amb l'aparició de nous assentaments de tipologia i funcionalitat diversa, als quals cal afegir aquells nuclis indígenes que han mantingut continuïtat des del període preromà. Aquesta nova onada d'evidències és conseqüència de l'estructura organitzativa que Roma ha anat imposant i implementant en el territori durant aquests anys posteriors a la Segona Guerra Púnica i que ara es manifesta a través d'una certa recuperació econòmica en el món indígena, però també per la presència de nous nuclis que responen a la manera com l'administració romana vol organitzar el territori en funció dels seus interessos. Nous espais plenament romano-itàlics, de poblament i administratius, com ara Cal Arnau a Cabrera de Mar, així com d'altres repartits estratègicament pel territori que presenten unes característiques marcadament militars. Tanmateix, la seva funció no sembla estar connectada amb la vigilància de les poblacions indígenes o l'exercici d'una certa coerció sobre elles en clau de poblacions dominades, sinó amb el control de les rutes de comunicació que travessen el territori de nord a sud i d'est a oest. Entre aquests jaciments destaquen fonamentalment els fortins o castella, així com les torres. Tanmateix, també s'han detectat altres jaciments de tipologia prou diferent, però que mostren un caràcter marcadament militar, d'ascendència romano-itàlica, però amb evidents trets culturals híbrids. Situats també en localitzacions estratègiques vinculades a vies de comunicació, que presenten activitats productives molt específiques i dirigides que ens fan pensar en establiments de tipus fabricae o officinae armorum i que considerem relacionats amb la logística militar tardo-republicana. El jaciment del Camp de les Lloses seria un exemple paradigmàtic d'aquest nou tipus de jaciment logístic, situat al nucli urbà de l'actual població de Tona, Osona, Barcelona, en un espai pla. Es troba a l'entrada natural de la plana de Vic des del sud, en una cruïlla de camins, el més important dels quals és l'antiga via romana de Mani Sergi, construïda per aquest procònsol durant el darrer quart del segle II abans de la nostra era, la qual unia la costa central catalana i la Catalunya interior per la plana de Vic. De fet, prop del jaciment es descobrí un miliari epígraf de la via, en epígraf, perdó, mentre que al mateix jaciment se n'ha localitzat una altra fita en epígrafa. El seu urbanisme respon a una planificació ben estructurada que combina espais d'ús públic i edificacions amb caràcter privat, domèstic i productiu. Els edificis, malgrat adaptar-se a la topografia del terreny, segueixen els patrons de les cases romano-itàliques hel·lenístiques. Tanmateix, en l'interior d'algunes d'elles s'hi detecten també activitats productives relacionades amb el treball del bronze i del ferro, que tenien lloc en petits tallers especialitzats que sembla haver estat l'activitat primordial del Camp de les Lloses. El treball del ferro està molt ben representat a partir de la confecció i treball de barres o lingots. Es detecta l'elaboració o reparació de diferents tipus d'eines relacionades amb les activitats agropecuàries, però també de destacats elements de militària. Quant al treball del bronze, les evidències apunten cap a una acció més relacionada amb el reciclatge. S'hi acumulaven peces amortitzades o inutilitzades. S'han localitzat dipòsits amb fragments de mobiliari, estatuària d'origen itàlic i de molta qualitat, i fins i tot elements de militària, que es reconvertien, almenys en els moments finals de l'assentament, en claus. Tot plegat apunta vers una activitat productiva metal·lúrgica dirigida i coordinada, però elaborada per diferents artesans. Un altre dels elements distintius del jaciment és l'alta presència de numerari, tant de bronze com de plata. De fet, algunes de les peces presenten un grau de desgast baixíssim. Es tracta majoritàriament de moneda de bronze, de les seques eusetanes, unitats i fraccionària, també moneda partida, i en menor quantitat moneda romana. Destaca entre el material numismàtic la troballa d'un petit tresor format per 41 unitats ibèriques, enterrat en la part posterior d'una de les cases. En conjunt, el material numismàtic ofereix una cronologia prou compacta que podria situar-se durant la segona meitat del segle II abans de la nostra era. Un altre aspecte interessant a considerar seria el caràcter cultural híbrid dels pobladors del jaciment. D'una banda, la cultura material, el mobiliari, ens porta cap a uns hàbits plenament romano-itàlics, en el marc encara d'un domini de les dinàmiques productives del món ibèric. De l'altra, les pràctiques culturals, fonamentalment domèstiques, semblen reflectir encara una influència romano-itàlica. Per exemple, l'existència d'un larari, de rituals de fundació, ofrenes de filiació itàlica. però s'hi detecten també un seguit de pràctiques molt més relacionables amb el món indígena, com ara les inhumacions de perinatals. 12 fins ara detectades, fonamentalment de sexe femení. Apareixen tant en àmbit domèstic com productiu i podrien relacionar-se amb la presència de dones d'origen ibèric dins d'aquests espais amb rols destacats. En conclusió, per la seva localització territorial, relació amb la via romana, estructura urbanística, mobiliària i militària, així com l'especialització productiva dirigida i planificada, considerem que el camp de les Lloses desenvoluparia una funció relacionada amb la logística dels exèrcits romans que operaven tant en la Citerió com més enllà i transitaven pel nord-est de la Citerió. Segurament contingents legionaris o de soci itàlics, arribats d'ultramar, serien enviats, juntament amb auxiliars locals, cap a l'interior o vers al nord, a través d'una xarxa de posts logístics. En ells, l'element indígena hauria tingut un paper clau. De fet, la seva cultura material mostra una barreja de la seva composició interna, molt probablement formada per auxiliars i oficials romano-itàlics. En aquests posts logístics, petits destacaments podrien haver-se encarregat de la seguretat, del manteniment, subministrament de les tropes en trànsit, de l'organització del reclutament d'auxiliars, de la cura i reparació de l'armament, del manteniment dels tallers i fins i tot de l'encunyació de moneda si era necessari. Espais híbrids, amb un clar component militar que haurien estat peces importants dins l'entramat de l'organització territorial del nord-est de la Citerió amb anterioritat a la guerra de Sertori. Moltes gràcies per la vostra atenció.
Okay, thank you so much, Imma and Montse. And now let's go to our last paper for this first session by Eneko Iriart and Charles Parisot-Sillon, called Fistful of Denari, Coinage, Conquest and Connectivity in Southern Gaul around 150 and 70 BC. Okay.
Bon dia. We will share this communication between Charles and me.
Okay.
So the second half of the 2nd century BC and the first third of the 1st century BC were a decisive turning point in the economic and monetary history of the Mediterranean Celtic region in a context of increasing monetarization of local economies. The goal of our communication is to understand the changes that affected monetary activities in Southern Gaul during this period. We will present the main endogenous monetary dynamics that can be observed in Southern Gaul. Then we will try to understand how Rome intervened in local monetary activities. So, the monetary history of Southern Gaul differs markedly from that of the Iberian Peninsula. The first indigenous coinage appeared during the 3rd century BC. The monetization of trade was already well established before the arrival of the first Italian population groups during the 2nd century BC. Southern Gaul is characterized by a multiple of monetary zones with very specific dynamics. Coins from Massalia played a preponderant economic role. A large number of them have been found in Languedoc, in Provence, and around the Garonne corridor. But from the late 2nd century BC, Massalian coins are absent from sites in Garonne Valley. These changes attest to the gradual loss of influence of Massalian economic networks in the Haute-Garonne corridor. The various à la croix coinages are the most characteristic coins of southern Gaul. They circulated widely between the Rhone Valley and the Atlantic Ocean from the late 3rd century BC to the mid-1st century BC. The development of the Roman presence in southern Gaul did not lead to the end of this coinage, whose production continued and intensified during the 1st century BC. In the Western Languedoc, we see the development of major bronze currencies, so-called Ibero-Languedocian. They were minted in settlements of Montlaurès, Béziers, and Anserune. The Ibero-Languedocian series actively participated in the regional economy between Narbonne area and Toulouse area. Apart from these major coinages, some smaller series circulated in more restricted areas. Here, you can see the distribution maps for several of these coinages. Some of them can be attributed to Roussillon. Conversely, the Aquitanian or protuberance coins are only found in south of Adour. So, Charles.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about Rome. As it appears, numismatic data does not offer much insight into the conquest of southern Gaul, in sharp contrast with what we can see in Spain. So to this day, the monetary aspects of the early Roman campaigns in Provence remain very poorly documented. On a more general basis, the circulation of Roman coins was actually quite limited in southern Gaul before the mid-1st century. Until then, the most significant concentrations can be found in the surroundings of Narbonne, of course, and in Vieille Toulouse, where Italian groups have settled during the late 2nd century, at the very least. Elsewhere, the distribution of Republican coins tends to concentrate around the Roman roads network, which structured the development of the Italian presence. An interesting case study, which we developed in our chapter, is that of the RC282 denarii, which were presumably struck in Narbonne in 118. It seems that this coinage was actually not meant to supply local markets, as isolated finds are rare and these coins are completely absent from regional hoards during the following 40 years. Instead, the distribution of the hoards suggests that these denarii were rapidly integrated in the stock of Roman currency in circulation between Italy, Sicily, and Baetica, so in other words, in the main circuits of Italian trade in the northwestern Mediterranean. The archaeometrical data which we gathered for this study confirms the Languedocian origin of at least part of the silver used for this coinage, as displayed on the graph on the right, which shows contents in gold and bismuth for these coins. Some variants of this coinage, which are circled in red here, were produced using pure silver bullion, which displays similar chemical features to that used in other contemporaneous local coinages, especially struck by the Rutini in central Languedoc. The main geological origin of the metal used could therefore be found in the Montagne Noire or in Mont d'Or, where Italian mining companies then began their own exploration campaigns at that time. So, in our opinion, the most likely hypothesis for the purpose of this coinage is that it was directly related to the work for building the Via Domitia in relation with Italian contractors, which would explain both its high production volumes and its rapid spreading over Italy and Spain. Another major exogenous contribution to monetary circulation in Western Languedoc is Iberian coins, of course, which, as you can see, frequently crossed the Pyrenees as the result of trade, pastoral transhumance, and of course, military movements. But conversely, Celtic coins are almost completely absent from Spanish settlements, and the reasons for this asymmetric pattern are not entirely clear. How then can we actually assess the level of control wielded by Rome on local monetary activities? Well, maybe surprisingly, it seems that Rome either didn't care that much about it for most of the period, or at least that it lacked the means to intervene in any meaningful way. In this regard, we may consider the case of the Cavalier silver coins, which were produced in the Middle Rhone Valley from the last quarter of the 2nd century onwards. Its iconography, as you can see, is inspired by Roman denarii, and its weight standard is usually compared to that of the quinarius, so that it is frequently assumed that these coins were struck following Roman requirements from the get-go. However, the earliest series display a median weight of 2.16 grams, as you can see on the graph on the right, which is actually much more than a half denarius. And in fact, whether in terms of total mass or silver mass, as displayed on the left, these early issues seem to above all represent a new stage in the gradual reduction of the weight standard of local coinages as in other regions. The alignment with the quinarius standard did take place, but only later during the 1st century. Drawing from this case study, what we try to do in our chapter is to establish a list of criteria which would effectively allow us to identify Roman intrusion as opposed to mere indirect influence. So looking at weights, fineness, distribution, iconography altogether, our conclusion is that Rome hardly interfered with local monetary activities until the 80s BC. But conversely, a turning point, an important turning point, may be identified during the 70s, probably in relation with the Sertorian War, as allied peoples in Gaul were asked to help with the war effort. This translates with the striking on the field of various series of Roman denarii, as well as with major changes affecting some Celtic coinages. Roman coin hoards can also be observed all along the road network from northern Italy to eastern Spain, especially from about 74 onwards, as can be seen on this map. Now, I should conclude by stressing out the fact that all of this also had major impact on Roman coinage as well. Indeed, the massive increase in the production volumes of silver coins in Rome and their reappearance of the quinarius were largely made possible by the very great availability of silver, thanks to the development of mining activities in Spain, of course, but also to a lesser extent in Languedoc. In the case of Gaul, it didn't deplete the financial capacities of the local issuing authorities. Quite the contrary, actually. The inflow of Languedocian silver towards Italy is contemporaneous with the increase of the production volumes of most regional coinages, either in silver or in bronze. And I believe Corinne Sanchez already mentioned the case of Montlaurès previously. In other words, the story that the coins tell us is not so much that of the Roman conquest in southern Gaul, but rather, indeed, that of an increased connectivity between Italy, Gaul, and Spain. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Charles and Nico for this last paper of this first session. We are going to move now to discussion time. So if you please switch on your cameras but leave your sound off until you speak, that will be very, very interesting. Okay. I first want to say that I want to thank all of you for being so great with time. I mean, we are really great with time at this moment. So let me start by asking first to Marlene one question. I was very, very interested in what you mentioned about the block imports of coins. What was that recorded very early in time, or was a later phenomenon?
Yes, thank you. So this is something that actually has been quite recently argued for by Clive Stannard, who I relied a lot on his work because he's just been doing a lot of work on these Iberian italic connections, and also by Susanne Frey-Cooper. And so there's actually only two instances for the Roman Republican period where this, in my mind, is reasonably secure just because of the numbers that we're talking about. And the first instance is a block that was imported from the island of Kos, so from the Eastern Mediterranean, which has tentatively been dated to 150 BC, more or less. And then the Ibusen block is probably imported around 120 BC. So it's not a very common practice, it seems, but it does sort of happen right at the moment when there's really this very low Roman production of bronze coinage. So the explanation is probably that there was really just a complete lack of small change, and this was a way in which to actually have some bronze coinage for day-to-day exchange. But it's well, an interesting question would be, so why Kos and why Ibusus? Is this because they had some bronze coinage to spare, they didn't need it in their own island? Or is this really a reflection of intensive contacts between Italy and precisely those places? And that's, I'm afraid, a question that's very hard to answer, but I would be happy.
Yes, but the coincidence in time, I mean it's that it's a period where all the new societates started to work very actively. So this may not be a coincidence. I mean, it's this import, these block imports may be a reflection of a huge business going on. So I think it's a new path of research that because this may give us new insights on this idea that from the second half of the second century, there's something going on with these new companies, new businessmen doing
Absolutely.
things.
And I think in that respect, also sort of the last very quick example that I gave of those Italo-Vatican coinage is very interesting, because also there, lots of it is in lead. So it really seems, to be that these companies just need some kind of coinage to be able to perform their business, and it doesn't really matter what it is exactly. So what you also see, but I don't know this material very well, but I think in Baetica there are these local coinages which are then kind of punched with 2 letters, SC. So probably some kind of societas. So they're really looking for material to be able to use in sort of daily practice. And I think the blocks are part of that, but also these lead pieces, which are, in our common idea of coinage, they don't really mean anything, but in daily practice, they must have been very important. So I think that's a very interesting sort of connection between these two phenomena.
Yes, okay, thank you. Is there any other question, please? Oh yes, please, Bartomeu.
Good morning. This is another question for Marlene. I'm sorry to bother you. I've been surprised with, obviously, because I'm studying the Balearics, I've been surprised by the high presence of Ebusitan coins in the area of Campania. I am not a specialist on numismatics, so I'm not really aware, I'm updated on the coinage from Ebusus, but I would like to know if there's any correlation between the presence of Ebusitan coinage there and Ebusitan products, such as wine, for example, which is the best attested product from the island.
Not as far as I know of. And this is not something that I have personally looked into, but I know that Clive Stannard has, when he was arguing for this block importation of the Ebusitan coins, one of the things, of course, he needed to argue for was that this is not just the result of very intensive trade. So he did look for both sort of Campanian material on Ebusus and the other way around. And his argument then is, well, that's really nothing exceptional. So the exceptional quantity of Ebusian coins then needs to be explained in a different way than just regular trade.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, there's any other question? Oh, yes, please, Charles.
Yes, I was very interested by the case of the Gallic imitations of Calais because I didn't know about them. So, I mean, do we have more coins? We have fines, something like that?
No, again, these are a few coins that have popped up in auctions. And I was very interested to see them because, well, I sort of specialize mainly in the 3rd century BC, and I'm trying to understand what those italic coinages are and what their function is. And I honestly believe very strongly that they must be military in character. And I think the Gallic imitations are a very good argument for that, because that's the only way in which I can see sort of those kinds of connections in the 3rd century. No, but I was actually hoping with some of the French people here that you would know more about them. I think, yeah.
Yeah, so, sorry, you're very sure that they are Gallic imitation? They are Gallic from Gaul?
Well, so as far as I've seen, the auctions where they pop up are in Switzerland and in sort of southern France. So might be Switzerland as well, I suppose. But yeah, again, it's very few. So I've seen 6 or 7, I think. So it's not really a lot to go on.
So there are any fine spot? We have no fine spot. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm not very happy about this either.
Okay, any other question about any other paper? If I may, to Ingrid and company, when you said that in one of your last slides, there was in the conclusions that there's something to be compared to Sant Julià de Ramis in terms of silos. Could you please develop that? I mean, I thought it was quite interesting, but it was just at the end. You can speak in French, and it's fine.
Je vais parler français. En fait, c'est dans la dynamique de comblement des silos. C'est-à-dire que les silos ne sont pas comblés. Alors, à a.n.e, à Russignon, ça a l'air d'être la même chose. Et il faudrait vérifier aussi en Sérune si, où on s'éloigne un peu de la région, mais c'est peut-être la même chose. C'est-à-dire qu'on a des comblements de silos avec des phases de comblement justement très importantes, donc qui vont être vers le début du 2e siècle avant Jésus-Christ, vers le milieu du 2e siècle. Et ensuite, on a une phase sans comblement réel, ou en tout cas peu caractéristique. Et de nouveau, alors ça, c'est peut-être un changement par rapport à ce qu'on va retrouver en Catalogne, des comblements importants vers le milieu du 1er siècle avant Jésus-Christ. Et d'autre part, ces silos, souvent, sont assez atypiques parce qu'ils présentent des volumes particulièrement importants. C'est-à-dire, c'est 10 mètres cubes, c'est des silos qui vont faire 3-4 mètres de diamètre et de profondeur, contrairement à la plupart des autres silos d'autres périodes, ou même de ces périodes-là aussi, qui vont avoir des comblements beaucoup plus faibles, avec des stockages donc plus proches de ce qu'on peut retrouver en milieu domestique. Voilà.
Thank you. Is there any other question? Oh, yes, please, Gerard.
Jo tinc una pregunta per en Marc Prat. Quan parlaves dels cants de Sitges que estan associats a aquests òpidums, la capacitat d'emmagatzematge d'aquests camps de sitges és superior a les necessitats que tenen les pròpies comunitats i que, per tant, aquest excés de producció està associat directament al comerç? Gràcies.
Se'm sent? Sí, no? Bé, a causa del temps poder no m'he pogut explicar molt bé, però sí, òbviament hi ha una sèrie de jaciments, per exemple, com Sant Julià, que tenen centenars de sitges. Òbviament, en aquest cas, sí que s'ha interpretat que és un excedent de la producció i que en aquest cas sí que anava destinat al comerç, mentre que hi ha altres establiments rurals d'unes dimensions molt més minces que tenen 1, 2, 3 sitges, que en aquests casos sí que creiem que és per un consum intern o per fer un gra de reserva per a possibles caresties o per plantar al cap a 1 any, 2 anys vista. Sí, sí. Vull dir, no sé si m'he explicat molt bé, però sí, hi hauria una sèrie d'establiments, nosaltres considerem això, que anirien destinats al comerç i altres que no.
I, perdona, et faig una altra pregunta. La ubicació d'aquests camps de sitges, que podríem dir que part de la producció està destinada al comerç, estan ubicats en zones de trànsit o estan ubicats justament on hi ha l'òpidum?
Per exemple, clar, en el cas del bosc de Congost de Sant Julià està a tocar de la llera del riu Ter i s'havia arribat a plantejar que hi ha una mena de port fluvial que el que permetia era transportar el gra fent-lo baixar pel Ter. Clar, hem d'imaginar que el curs del Ter ha canviat molt a causa dels presos, però, per exemple, hi ha algunes cròniques del segle IX, hi ha musulmanes que diuen que sembla que alguna mena d'embarcacions pugen fins a la Costa Roja, que la Costa Roja s'ha interpretat que podria ser Sant Julià de Ramis, per tant, sí que podria haver-hi una mena de navegació fluvial fins aquí on emmagatzemaven, on agafaven els cereals i el transportaven. En aquest cas, sí. Altres seria més difícil de dir, clar, depèn de la zona de l'òpidum, que estarien ubicats en uns punts o altres.
Oh, yes, please. Marlene, please.
Yeah, perhaps a question for Eneko and Sharon about, because you showed that there's a lot of different coinages basically being used in the 2nd century in your area. And I was wondering if are you able to sort of see any kind of differentiation between the contexts in which these different coinages are being used, or are they really just sort of one big system and they can just be used kind of all together?
Je réponds, Charles. Je vais répondre en français, ou je pense. C'est bon en français si je réponds ou...
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Ouais, ok. Effectivement, on a vraiment une mosaïque de monnayages différents dans le sud-est de la Gaule. Les séries monétaires sont vraiment très, très, très abondantes et très diversifiées. Elles circulent de manière différenciée, certaines de manière très locale. D'autres vont se diffuser de manière beaucoup plus ample, régionalement. Voilà, donc ça, au niveau de leur circulation, on les trouve généralement dans des contextes d'habitat. Après, il peut aussi y avoir, selon certains types d'émissions, des émissions de sanctuaires, des émissions qui sont aussi peut-être des émissions qui sont destinées au commerce, à faciliter les échanges à longue distance. Il y a certaines séries, dans tous les cas, qui s'intègrent bien dans ces dynamiques d'échange vraiment, comment dire, un peu dans une confédération économique. Clairement, on voit que sur plusieurs sites très éloignés, on va utiliser des mêmes espèces, des mêmes monnayages. Et là, on est clairement dans une dynamique de confédération économique. Et on voit même que plusieurs séries différentes, plusieurs types différents vont s'aligner sur un même étalon, sur un même métal, même s'il y a des types très différenciés. Donc, ça indique clairement la volonté d'adopter un monnayage commun pour faciliter les échanges entre partenaires. Et on a plusieurs phases. Alors, c'est clairement typique pour les monnayages à la croix, qui vont durer pendant près de 2 siècles. Donc, on va avoir des dévaluations pondérales, une perte de poids. Et généralement, c'est une perte de poids qui est commune à l'ensemble des types. Donc, il y a vraiment cette volonté de s'aligner sur une masse donnée. Et dans les trésors, dans les habitats, on va trouver ces monnaies de types différents de manière brassée, ce qui veut bien dire qu'elles fonctionnent ensemble et qu'elles ont une valeur équiparable, équivalente.
That's interesting. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, there's any other there's any other question. May I ask, Corinne, one question? I think that it was very, very interesting. Your point in the sense that the type of ships going to those lagoons in which there are also ports and so on, must be different from the kind of ships coming from the open seas. Is there any evidence on the the record, the archaeological record of those ships? I mean, and any wrecks in which we have examples of these special ships going for the internal waters in this area.
Sorry, I've begun to speak in English.
Okay.
And,
No, you can speak in French. It's fine.
Okay. We have discovery of. Nous n'avons pas de découverte de bateaux. Il y a eu des fouilles à Gruissant. Ce sont des gisements. C'est-à-dire que ce sont les catastrophes des années 70 avec la destruction du littoral. Donc, on a des indices indirects, comme l'épave Grand Bassin B. Donc, on n'a que la cargaison. On n'a pas vraiment le bateau. Donc, on n'a pas de preuves dans les environs, en tout cas du Languedoc, de bateaux de moyen tonnage. Donc, en tout cas, pour le moment, nos références se reposent surtout sur le schéma qu'avait proposé Xavier Nieto par rapport aux bateaux de grande capacité qui pouvaient aller jusqu'à Emporias. Et en tout cas, dans la région de Narbonne, il n'y a pas de preuve de la présence de ces grands bateaux. Dans tous les cas, les côtes languedociennes ne sont pas forcément adaptées à des grandes capacités. Donc, on a ce transfert vers des bateaux plus petits. Après, les gisements qui nous intéressent aussi, ce sont du côté de Port-Vendre, mais là, on est non pas sur une zone portuaire, mais sur un abri. Et là, il y a effectivement quelques données, mais là aussi, on n'a pas de bateaux conservés, on est toujours sur des cargaisons. Donc, notre raisonnement repose plutôt sur le mobilier, plutôt que sur les découvertes véritablement de bateaux. Mais je crois que Franca Cibecchini a fait un point également sur ces bateaux qui, normalement, donc, les grandes embarcations viennent plutôt en ligne directe depuis l'Italie. Donc, ça peut être par le golfe de Bonifacio ou alors à partir du port Saint-Louis du Rhône, donc vers Arles. Là, ils vont aller directement vers Emporias et pas aller vers les côtes languedociennes. J'espère avoir répondu à la question.
Oui, oui. Thank you so much. Is there any other question? No? Okay, I think that we have now time for our well-deserved break until 11:45, I think I will say, and start at 11:50 with the second session. Okay? Okay, see you.
Welcome again. We restart the workshop with the session entitled Seaborne Connectivity, with 7 contributions focused on analyzing the structures and relation of the Roman Republic in the process of expansion in the Mediterranean. The first presentation is entitled Emporium and its port in the 2nd century. This is a collaborative work of Pere Castanyer, Marta Santos, Joaquim Tramureda, and Elisa Hernandez, all of them from the Museum of Archaeology of Catalonia. I think I should announce as the speaker are Marta Santos, a technical director at MAC Emporium. You can start. Thank you. Pot començar. Gracias.
Good morning to everybody. I'm going to present on behalf of the team of the Museu d'Arqueologia Catalunya Empúries a summary in English of our contribution along with the presentation in PowerPoint. So I connect the PowerPoint. A moment, it can change. The history of Empúries was closely linked to the importance of its port, or better still, its ports, because parallel to the multiplicity of settlements that were established and coexisted over the centuries, there were also different port spaces adapted to the functions and needs of each moment. The evolution of the ports of Empúries is therefore the essential common thread to follow the general evolution of the site. Considering this perspective, we propose to explain in our contribution the function and characteristics of Emporium and its port since the creation of the Greek enclave towards the 6th century BC, and especially the changes and transformation motivated by the entry into the scene of Rome during the 2nd century BC. The situation of the 2 settlements of Greek Emporium, with the Palaiopolis to the north and the so-called Neapolis to the south, demonstrate their close link with the sea to the point that the habitat practically extended to the ancient beach. Both settlements were separated by a small natural bay, which we identify with the first port area, delimited to the west by a rocky outcrop that still today forms a cliff located 250 meters from the current coastline. Despite the fact that it was a port totally open to the east and only protected by some rocky reefs, it was perfectly suited for emporic type redistribution trade. In addition to this natural port, the environmental reconstruction of the Empúries territory suggests the existence of other areas that could be used as a port, such as the estuary of the River Ter that opened to the north of San Martí d'Empúries and that bordered by the north and the west the promontory of Empúries. The existence of this estuary, as well as important areas of wetlands and lagoons, are fundamental to understand the interrelation between the dynamics of landscape and settlements in the course of the history of Empúries. The beginning of the Second Punic War at the end of the 3rd century BC was a major turning point for Emporium and its port areas, which served for the first disembark of Roman troops on the Iberian Peninsula. The new situation after the creation of the first Hispanic provinces in 197 caused important administrative and fiscal changes, with consequences for the indigenous tribes that became the stipendiaries of Rome. The imposition of this burden was not accepted by the local Iberian tribes, who still maintained a certain political structure. In this new scenario, the Roman military presence in Emporium acquired a more relevant role with the intervention of the consul Marcus Porcius Cato, sent 2 years later at the head of a new army to quell the revolt of the Iberian population, establishing his winter camp at a distance of 3,000 pasos from Empúries. The location of this camp has been one of the objectives of archaeological research, to the point of attributing to it some archaeological remains documented under the structures of the Roman city created in the beginning of 3rd century BC. Today, we know, however, that these previous evidences are chronologically later than the time of Cato, and therefore that they belong to a camp that must be dated from the second quarter of the 2nd century onwards. Regarding the limit of this camp, we can mention the discovery in 2012 of a section of a fortification wall 35 meters long, which served to form the southeast corner of the enclosure, which was located to the south of the Greek city and very near to the coast. These evidences had continuity with a wall protected by towers, whose remains were later on almost completely razed with the building of the new southern wall of the Roman city. To this same military enclosure, we can associate the construction during the 2nd century BC of a building with large systems inside, located north of the later city forum, which also seems to be linked to a building for storage and several silos. All these elements belong to the central area of the camp, which in turn was protected also by a wall. Another element that give us data of greatest interest are the remains located inside the camp that have been partially excavated below one of the insulae of the Roman city. These are several buildings of simple construction, defined by walls with a base formed by stones and clay, with adjoining uncovered spaces or courts, in which pits or silos excavated in the subsoil were documented. The finding and the characteristics of this occupation lead us to consider an indigenous affiliation of an important part of the component of this camp, whose function would be then related to the formation of auxiliary troops. Both the wall and these habitat structures must be archaeologically dated between the 2nd and 3rd quarter of the 2nd century BC, which places the existence of this fortified enclosure in the period of the Roman military conquest of the peninsula and also of the greatest need for concentration and formation of military contingents. Other archaeological remains previously discovered
Hem perdut la connexió o...?
Perdoneu, és que la Marta s'ha quedat desconnectada. La tinc aquí al costat, se li ha bloquejat l'ordinador.
There's been something with...
Sí, something wrong.
Yeah, something wrong with the
computer.
Yeah.
With Marta computer. We are trying to solve it. No. Maybe if you connect the PowerPoint that we sent it yesterday, and Marta can come here.
Vinc al teu i ho faig.
You can continue.
Sí, però m'heu de posar el PowerPoint vosaltres. Me senten?
Senyora Santos, suposo que ara l'administrador de l'ABEM li resoldrà això, no?
Perfecte.
Ja està.
A veure, lo puc passar jo? L'heu de passar vosaltres, no? Next one. You can run. I'm sorry. Here. Well, continue. I continue. Other archaeological remains previously discovered in the area of the car park of the site to the south of the Greek city have been recently reinterpreted as belonging to a suburban balneum of Italic architectural typology. The chronology of this building also allows us to relate it to the Roman military occupation that we have mentioned. Next one. The installation of this large camp, covering an area of about 20 hectares, together with the increase in commercial activity, led to an important renovation of the Greek city of Emporion, and also led to the remodeling of the old port spaces, with the purpose of adapting them to the new economic and commercial situation. These changes materialized in the construction of a new port on the coast to the east of the city, which we know as the artificial port. This new port area was designed taking advantage of some topographic features of the coast, such as the rocky reefs known as the Muscleras Grossas, which were used in its construction and which conditioned even its shape. The southern boundary was marked by a large bastion that protected the southeast corner of the settlement. From this point, the construction of new dikes following the different rocky ridges allowed to have a large space that in the central area would offer a sufficient depth and which also was directly connected with the new agora. The mouth or entrance to this artificial port was located between the extension to the north of the dikes and the huge protection wall known as the Hellenistic jetty, the only remain still visible today of this port located on the same beach of Emporias. The next one. These changes in the port spaces of Emporion cannot be understood without considering the profound transformation of the whole urban area, such as the building of the new city walls, the reform of the sanctuaries, or of the civic center with the construction of the Agora and Stoa complex. This transformation is an obvious consequence of the strategic role that the Emporian port assumed within the commercial Mediterranean routes during the initial stage of the process of the Roman conquest of Hispania. But the particular evolution of Emporion during much of the 2nd century BC began to change from the last quarter of this same century on, when the premises related to the military camp began to be abandoned. Most likely, the progression of the Roman conquest front of Hispania and consequently the geopolitical changes that accompanied it made its maintenance unnecessary, and the previous privileged situation of the Emporian port and the commercial activity should also suffer a consequent decline. The last one. Despite this, archaeological data seem to indicate that some remains of the old camp continued in use, although with a different function, to the point that they conditioned the layout of the new Roman city created in the beginning of the 1st century BC. The creation of this city is part of a more general program of ex novo foundations aimed at organizing and structuring the territory in a different way and definitively consolidating the Romanization progress that had begun a century earlier. In our geographical area, and in particular in the case of Emporias, the foundation of the new city is linked to a previous reality, a military camp intended mostly for the concentration and training of auxiliary troops, and responds to a clear objective of definitive integration of the local Iberian population and elites in the new Roman model. The installation of Roman veteran soldiers in 45 BC after the Battle of Munda and its transformation into a municipium led finally to the consolidation of the new city as the main nucleus of Roman Emporiae, relegating to a secondary role the old Greek settlement on the coast. I'm sorry, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your communication. It's very illustrative. As announced in the program, questions and discussion will be at the end of the session. Thus, we announce the following talk. Ora sono lieto di annunciare la comunicazione del professor Antonio Riva della Università di Sassari, che presenta il suo studio sul mondo degli specialisti commerciali o mestiere internazionale di Sardegna sotto il titolo Between Carthage and Rome, Artisans, Business and Colonists in the Republic of Sardinia 150 BC. Può procedere, professore, tante grazie.
Grazie a voi. I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to this workshop and for allowing me in unexpected confrontation with so many specialists in the sector. Forgive me if after this first insert and phrases, I prefer to return to my traditional idiom to address a topic that I hope will still attract your attention. La provincia di Sardegna e Corsica, due isole scarsamente urbanizzate e culturalmente distanti dal mondo etrusco e campano, non sembra aver modificato la struttura socio-economica della Sardegna e delle sue comunità. Dopo il 238, timida, appare infatti la presenza di imprenditori, pubblicani, artigiani, funzionari, più numerosi militari, che iniziano a trasferirsi temporaneamente o stabilmente sul suo territorio e introdurvi lentamente importanti novità. La situazione muta radicalmente nella seconda metà del secondo secolo, con la cosiddetta seconda conquista e i successivi programmi di colonizzazione, occupazione, valorizzazione delle risorse della Sardegna. Se la cultura materiale e le strutture architettoniche ci forniscono dati fondamentali sull'ideologia di quanti abitavano l'isola, sono le poche iscrizioni a fornirci un quadro non ambiguo su origine ed organizzazione di questi individui e ci permettono di distinguere le differenti componenti etniche che frequentavano queste contrade. Emblematico il celebre donario trilingue di San Niccolò Gerrei, dal quale apprendiamo che dei Sochi, probabilmente degli Italici, erano impegnati nello sfruttamento delle saline di Carales o Sarcapos. Il loro schiavo, Cleone, si rivolgeva alla divinità che lo aveva guarito, chiamandola di volta in volta Asclepio, Esculapio e Shmun, tutti soprannominati Merre, forse un teonimo paleosardo, utilizzando dunque il greco, la lingua madre di Cleone, il latino e soprattutto il punico, le lingue veicolari di questa comunità multietnica, che evidentemente frequentava il santuario rurale, probabilmente con una prevalenza numerica di sardopunici, che conservavano lingua e istituzioni cartaginesi, ma che si approcciavano al mondo romano pur con qualche titubanza. I testi ci parlano di alcune societates che in appalto gestivano le risorse sarde, forse i falesche, quei in Sardegna assunto, per quanto non siano chiari ambito e località nelle quali operavano. I sodales buduntini, probabilmente impegnati nello sfruttamento delle risorse minerarie dell'Argentiera, probabile volano per l'installazione lungo le sponde del vicino Rio Mannu di piccole officine artigianali, frequentate apparentemente da quegli italici che di poco precederanno la deduzione della colonia Iulia Turris Libisonis. Abbiamo anche i primi esempi di latifondisti, i patulcenses campani, legati al tempio di Janus Patulchius a Cuma o alla gens Patulchia, che nel 111 ottennero terre nel Sarcidano e forse in Planargia da Cecilio Metello. Gli Eutichiani, che forse lo stesso Metello insediò fra Cornus, Gurlis Nova e Bosa, forse precursori di quel Lucius Fulvius Euticus, armatore che operava fra Bosa e Panormo nella prima età imperiale. In un momento successivo, le terre e le tribù limitrofe e loro predia furono attribuite alle donne della famiglia Numisia, in una fase in cui singoli senatori e cavalieri acquisivano importanti proprietà in tutta l'isola. Infine, sappiamo dello stanziamento di colonia Auselis, Valentia, Laconi, Gurulis Nuova, in una ventina di piccoli villaggi in Barbagia, fra Lula e Ossassai, e forse a Tibula. Più intuitivamente, la presenza degli italici nelle campagne può essere rivelata dai corredi delle sepolture in Ziro del nord Sardegna, dalle più tarde stele a specchio diffuse fra Anglona e Coros, alcune con semplici testo in latino che introducono la novità assoluta del ritratto del defunto, dal piccolo bronzo di Giorre Florinas con maschera d'argento, dalle stipi votive nei numerosi piccoli santuari rurali con migliaia di riproduzioni miniaturistiche di cerere, di offerenti, di ex voto anatomici di matrice etrusco-italica, talora associate però a bruciaprofumi punico-ellenistici o alla rappresentazione popolare dei sofferenti, anch'esse ben note in ambito italico ma diffuse anche in contesti certamente neopunici e senza che se ne possano trarre conclusioni sulla condizione sociale dei dedicanti. In tutta l'isola si diffusero le anfore vinarie greco-italiche, in particolare le Dresse-Luno, e con loro la ceramica di lusso a vernice nera a campana A e B, in particolare le coppe riconducibili al rituale identitario del vino, già apprezzate durante la dominazione cartaginese. Ma è significativo che ora, sempre più numerose, mostrino dei graffiti di possesso che rimandano ai mondi sardo-punico e latino. E nel giro di pochi anni le forme ceramiche del passato scomparvero quasi del tutto e nello stesso tempo si diffondevano abbondanti limitazioni locali, spia di un mercato interno pronto a recepire le nuove influenze. E sempre dalle campagne ci giungono anche alcuni esiti raffinatissimi di artigianato colto, sinonimo di investimenti importanti e di un'adesione totale al dibattito culturale che animava la penisola. Così il restauro del tempio punico di Sid Babi, simbolo della proficua convivenza fra punici e sardi nello sfruttamento delle ricche risorse minerarie, diventa l'occasione per una nuova alleanza fra romani e sardi, sotto lo sguardo benevolo del nuovo Sid, Iolao Sardo Spater, affiancato da Melkart Ercole e da Cerere Bacco, divinità queste ultime estranee al pantheon punico di Antas, ma dal forte valore simbolico per gli italici e per il nascente partito dei Populares, che in Sardegna, quasi un feudo privato dei semproni gracchi, trovarono sempre ampi consensi. Un programma simile, ideologico, si ripete a Padria, all'antichia Ogrile Gulus Vetus, nell'enorme deposito votivo pertinente a un ignoto culto salutifero. Riproduzioni miniaturistiche, artigianato popolare, artigianato colto sono peraltro ben attestati anche nei centri urbani e si connettono alla realizzazione di grandi edifici di culto di tradizione meditalica, talora dedicati però a divinità puniche. Si trasformano le necropoli. A Carales Tuvigeddo si passa dalle tombe a pozzo a quelle a fossa, dall'inumazione all'incinerazione. Si diffondono i mausolei a Naiscos, ma è indicativo che ad Olbia questo sia associato a un epitafio neopunico. Per contro, nello stesso periodo, si ristruttura il Tofet di Tarri e l'edilizia abitativa continua a conservare gli schemi dell'età punica. È dunque evidente che in Sardegna in questi anni ci troviamo di fronte a comunità meticce, aperte alle novità, ma attenti alle tradizioni. I notabili di Sulchi, imitando le abitudini dei mercatores che frequentavano il loro porto, iniziano a introdurre il ritratto nelle loro rappresentazioni, ma conservano fortissimo il legame con le istituzioni e con la lingua dei padri. Per questi individui il passo successivo verso una cultura totalmente latina sarà brevissimo, come dimostrano i testi realizzati appena un ventennio dopo negli stessi centri. Ma questa è un'altra storia e quindi vi ringrazio per la vostra paziente attenzione.
Grazie professore per questa meravigliosa comunicazione, non vedo l'ora di leggere il testo finale. Lasciamo le domande per le fine e passiamo alla presentazione successiva. Next, Professor Alfonso Álvarez Osorio at the University of Sevilla presents his work entitled Rome and the Political Dimension of Piracy in the Northwestern Mediterranean. Can you start, please?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Well,
yes.
So I start. Thanks to my participation in the research projects led by Professor Ñaco, I have arrived at the conclusion that piracy was not a circumstantial problem, but a structural one, not only during the late Republic, but also in earlier periods. I believe that researchers have mistakenly contended, myself being the first among them, that Rome showed no interest in maritime affairs and therefore regarded piracy as an eventuality that could neither be anticipated nor avoided. However, what actually happened is that the Republic's interest in the matter fluctuated in a much broader political and geostrategic context. I will focus in three developments of paramount political and geostrategic importance in the history of the Roman conquest of the northwestern Mediterranean, in which piracy and the Republic's alleged attempts to eradicate it should be regarded as essential aspects for understanding the keys to that process of expansion. I am referring to what occurred in the immediate wake of the Second Punic War, up until the mid-2nd century BC. Secondly, the events unfolding in the 120s, coinciding with the Roman conquest of the Balearic Islands. And finally, the developments during the Sertorian War. I am referring to the piratical behaviors of Sardinians, Corsicans, Ligurians, and Balearics, but I'm not going to describe them. In fact, in my chapter, I'm not writing an exhaustive history of piracy in the northwestern Mediterranean during the 2nd and 1st centuries BC, but to attempt to determine how the alleged piratical activities of those people influenced the political behavior of Rome during the period covered here and its overall plans for conquering and ruling the western provinces as a whole. Therefore, the spotlight is placed here on the way in which the eventual piracy affected the Republic's plans for expansion, governance, and repression. After the Second Punic War, the creation of the Hispanic provinces reinforced the need to keep the sea route between the peninsula and Italy open and to defend those traveling on it, especially from the dangerous Corsicans, Sardinians, and Ligurians, and shortly after the Balearics. This was due to the fact that from that moment on, the need to guarantee the unfettered circulation of goods and people in the northwestern Mediterranean became even more pressing. In my view, thenceforth, the issue of providing protection against piracy in the northwestern Mediterranean did not only involve Corsica, Sardinia, and Liguria, but also the entire sea route directly connecting Hispania and Italy. In point of fact, from the beginning of the 2nd century BC up until the end of the Republic, and also subsequently, the Romans understood their control of the central and western Mediterranean as a sole, coherent, and well-founded policy in which all the aforementioned territories were interrelated, as had been, would be, and still is the case nowadays. A geostrategic analysis of the situation highlights the importance of controlling not only Liguria and Sardinia, but also Corsica and the Balearic Islands in order to defend the territories of northern Italy and the interests of such an important ally of Rome as Massalia. We can see it even before the time I'm studying this chapter. The point that I'm attempting to get across is that the aim of the Republic's military interventions in Liguria and on Sardinia on the one hand, and on Corsica and the Balearic Islands on the other, was even more essential than those noted above, namely to make the route crossing these territories between Italy and Hispania, as safe as possible. Why? So you can see here in the amount of silver and gold coming from Spain that arrived to Rome at the end of the 3rd century and the very beginning of the 2nd century BC. Even more, it seems fairly clear that merchandise and goods, especially the supplies that during the first decades of the Roman presence in Hispania were essential for maintaining the troops deployed there and which mainly came from Italy, were dispatched by sea. Later on, the products, mostly agricultural, which as of the last half of the 2nd century began to be exported from Hispania to Italy, were most certainly sent by sea. This sea route necessarily passed through the Strait of Bonifacio on the outbound leg of the journey from Italy and down the Ligurian coast on the inbound one from Hispania. It is striking to observe how Roman affairs and campaigns in Liguria, Sardinia, and Hispania frequently appear to be concatenated, addressed as a whole, because the Republic understood these issues as a total. Since the conquest of Hispania was, there was a direct correlation between the campaigns in Sardinia, Corsica, Liguria, and even the Balearic Islands on the one hand, and ongoing events in the Iberian Peninsula on the other. It can be no coincidence that joint triumphs, which reflect the foregoing, were celebrated in 175 and something similar occurred in 173 and 155. This brings us to the second major political and geostrategic development. It seems clear that the reasons behind the campaigns launched by Rome against Liguria, Sardinia, and the Balearic Islands during the 120th decade had a dual objective. First, the intention was to maintain both the land and sea roads between Italy and Hispania open, and the second, to resolve the piracy problem that was disrupting the commercial interests of Italic businessmen attracted by the huge profits being made from trade between the two peninsulas. In this respect, special mention should go on the following military operations. I have a short brief. All of them were apparently aimed at protecting the trade route between both peninsulas, while different specialists have established a direct link between the political upheavals in Rome and the campaigns launched to conquer the Balearic Islands. Half a century later, Sertorius approached the connectivity of these territories from the perspective of the bellicosity of the inhabitants, namely a stance that was diametrically opposed to the one that had been taken up until then. Indeed, if the Romans had been interested in these territories from an Italocentric perspective, with Italy as the genesis and the starting point of all these relationships, for Sertorius in situ, that connection was interesting for completely the opposite reasons. Similarly, if Rome had hitherto treated the Ligurians, Corsicans, Sardinians, and Balearics as dangerous pirates who had to be quashed, I believe that during the first cycle of civil wars, the members of the Factio Popularis, including Sertorius, considered those peoples positively from a military perspective and attempt to enlist them in their armies, as Sertorius had already done with the Iberians. Accordingly, the movements were from the west to the east, conversely to the previous state of affairs, when, as just has been seen, the route analyzed here was secured by means of successive campaigns in Liguria, Sardinia, and the Balearic Islands. As a matter of fact, in the opposing camp, I believe that there were similar movements, but it could be called the traditional direction. Here you have some examples. We must have in mind that following his defeat during his consulship after Sulla's death, the populist leader Lepidus sought refuge precisely on Sardinia, where he died. From there, most of the remaining troops, led by Perpenna, reached the Iberian Peninsula. This occurred just when Sertorius was at the peak of his power in Hispania, for which reason it does not seem too far-fetched to suggest that the control of the islands might have reverted to the Factio Popularis, as had occurred with Liguria. This highlights the important role played by the port of Dianium, modern-day Denia, and the so-called Cilician pirates based there. In the same vein, it is important to underscore the fact that Pompey led his army overland instead of taking the sea route. Although this was not altogether a strange decision, it might have been motivated by the possibility, that the sea road was no longer safe, with the bellicose natives of Sardinia, the Balearic Islands, and the Ligurian coast aided and abetted by the refugees of the populist faction, hindering the movement of troops and supplies in that direction. According to Appian, Sertorius planned to attack Italy, especially after having received the support of the army commanded by Perpenna, something with which he would have gone ahead if the Optimates had not dispatched new armies to counter him. Nor was it a coincidence that Marco Antonio Creticus attacked the Ligurian and Iberian coast in 74 BC during his extraordinary commission to clear the Mediterranean of pirates. In this respect, it seems reasonable to suppose that Sertorius had to leverage all the resources available to him. Thus, in light of the evidence that he did not have a fleet, and in order to control the trade route, which was being disputed by the Optimates, Sertorius sought the support of these pirates, whose bases were located on the east coast of Hispania. As already noted, the expedition against Ibiza could be understood as a way of establishing a beachhead that allowed him to hold sway over the Western Mediterranean. To sum up, I would like to underscore the following issues. Liguria, Corsica, Sardinia, the Balearic Island, and the east coast of the Iberian Peninsula were always connected in the eyes of the Romans, who envisaged them as a whole in which it was essential to intervene simultaneously in order to guarantee the security of them all and the routes crossing them. Additionally, all the natives of these places had a reputation for being pirates, a frequently self-serving conception in the case of the Roman, who justified their military operations against them on the basis of the defense of civilization and security. To end with, the ultimate purpose of all those campaigns was not to eradicate piracy per se, but to defend Roman interests at several levels. Firstly, those of the Roman state itself in the shape of tributes, war spoils, and the safe passage of troops and magistrates to the Hispanic provinces. Secondly, those of private citizens, above all those Roman and Italic peoples involved in commercial transactions, among many other activities, tax farming, the exploitation of mines, and so on, in Hispania. And last but not least, political stability when the struggle for the control of the Res Publica led to civil war and when the control of the route between both peninsulas became essential for guaranteeing power in Rome itself. Thank you very much.
Jordi, el micro.
Jordi?
Sí, sorry.
I can't hear you.
I'm here. Thank you for your communication, Professor Alvarez Osorio. His approach to the political dimension of piracy sounds very attractive. In this line, the following communication from Bartomeu Valori Marquez, researcher at the University of the Balearic Island, continues with the maritime commercial conflict with his work entitled Between Traders and Pirates, Connectivity in the Balearic Island from the Second Punic War to the mid-5th century. You can start. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordi. Good morning, and many thanks to organizers for their effort on making this meeting happen. I bet it has been difficult to organize it, and I am especially happy to participate. In my contribution, I will try to synthesize how the Balearic Islands swift from a local society strongly tied to the Punic world up to the 3rd century BC, to an increasing presence of Rome throughout the 2nd century BC, to the Roman conquest on 123 BC, and the main consequences of Roman rule in the 1st centuries after. Nevertheless, I will try to focus on the period from 150 and 70 BC for obvious reasons. But before that, I would like to clarify that in antiquity, and specifically in the period under consideration, only Majorca and Menorca were considered the Balearics, while Ibiza and Formentera were the Pitiusae. Somehow this difference is still alive today, and it responded to cultural divergence with Talaiotic culture in the Balearics and Punic culture in Ibiza. As connectivity is concerned, it will be interesting to give a glimpse of local society in the previous centuries, as it conditioned the role of the Isles in the Western Mediterranean. Throughout the period from the 6th to the 2nd centuries BC, we can see that households increasingly concentrated control over means of production and craftworks. As opposed to previous communal production in common spaces, now high-rank houses held these activities while increasing control over their internal spaces, as we can see in these two houses, in the so-called circles from Menorca, and in the settlement of Alturo de les Abelles in Mallorca. There is general agreement in interpreting this development as in an increasing hierarchization of society, that continued well into the Roman period as well. At the same time, people excluded from the benefits of this process went to outer resources to survive. And these were basically mercenary and piracy. The best known in our case is mercenary because classical authors report Balearic slingers being recurrently recruited by the Carthaginian army. Also, in this period, trade was controlled by Punic traders, as we can see in the wreckage of Alsek from the 4th century BC, and especially from the traders from Iboshin or Ibiza, as the Punic factory in Naguardis in the south of Mallorca can show. The Second Punic War may have been a turning point on the political and commercial Punic predominance in the Balearics. If we analyze the episodes of the war that involved Mallorca and Menorca, we can see that they supported Carthage through recruitments for the best part of the conflict. But a surprising move was made by some legati at the beginning of the war, asking Gnaeus Scipio for peace. While this did not mean that the Balearics were out of the Punic sphere of influence, and we can see how new recruits were made later, the truth is that Mallorca refused Mago Barca's fleet on its way to Liguria in 206. And then Mago had to hibernate in Menorca that winter. The meaning of these events has been discussed, but given that no general political organization is known for the Balearics, I think it is an interesting idea that every single settlement defined its own political strategy. This is in good agreement with the existence of a strong local elite, and one of the settlements that may have supported Rome was Bocor in the north of Mallorca, as you can see here. Bocor was later federated to Rome at some point probably in the 2nd century BC. With the end of the Second Punic War, recruitments ceased, and the surviving mercenaries may have returned to the archipelago. Nevertheless, the social structure had no change, and marginalized people, with former mercenaries amongst them, needed to find its way to live. Recent research proposes that they went into piracy, but this time they clashed with Rome. As a matter of fact, from the end of the war, Italic merchants were visiting the islands, and this only escalated, like in the whole Western Mediterranean, throughout the 2nd century BC. Rome had more and more interest on the Western Mediterranean connections and the route to Hispania through the Balearics, as we have already seen in the previous presentation. Remarkably, when major conflicts in Central and Western Mediterranean were accomplished, in the 120s, a series of campaigns trying to eradicate piracy in Sardinia, Transalpine Gaul, and the Balearic Isles. The campaign was led by the consul Caecilius Metellus in 123 BC, and according to Strabo, after that, he brought 3,000 colonists and founded 2 cities, shortly while he was governor of Hispania Citerior in 122 BC. However, urban development is not detected in the cities until 40 or even 70 years later. And this arises 2 questions. The first one is, where did these colonies establish in 122? And the second one is, why did cities grow in 80-50 BC? What brought to this growth? Scholars have struggled to find answers to these questions, proposing a first scattered distribution for Metellus colonies and the existence of 2 different migration flows. The first one in 122 and the other one in the context probably of the Sertorian War or Pompey fight against piracy. Nevertheless, there are missing figures in this canvas, and these are indigenous people. some decades ago, it was established that many of the local settlements survived after the Roman conquest, at least until the 1st and 2nd centuries AD. But many does not mean all of them. And surviving sites represent between 45 and 55% of the sites occupied in the previous period. This means that nearly 40%, roughly 40% of settlements were abandoned at some point in the 2nd and 1st centuries BC. In any case, this is evidence that comes from archaeological surveys. This is evidence that comes from archaeological surveys that may be revisited in order to better define chronology and extension of the sites. And the better analysis of Roman phases in already excavated indigenous sites is essential to understand what was happening in the indigenous world. In the previous slide, I wanted to show you some of the sites that where the first colonies may have been established. This is a Roman fort in the south of Majorca with this rather impressive ditch that we have excavated in the last years. That was obliterated very, very quickly after the conquest, and new occupation was established afterwards, already in the 2nd century BC. But it is under study. Where did people from abandoned settlements, indigenous settlements, go, and in which conditions is still unknown. But I think that a good explanation to the growth of the cities of Palma and Pollentia will not be provided until we understand what was going on in the traditional protohistoric sites. And many thanks for listening.
Thanks again for this interesting paper. Next, Gerard Cabezas Guzman and Gerard Ventos, research at the University of Girona, talks about Rome and the northwestern Mediterranean port of call and sea routes. I think it's a combined presentation. You can start, please.
Moltes gràcies per la presentació, Jordi, i moltes gràcies als organitzadors del congrés, del workshop, per permetre'ns presentar la nostra recent investigació. Des que Roma arriba a la península Ibèrica, un cop finalitzada la Segona Guerra Púnica, se'ls fa patent que s'ha de controlar la ruta marítima que connecta Itàlia amb la península Ibèrica. I per poder-ho fer hem de controlar 3 espais principals que tenim aquí marcats. Còrsega i Sardenya, el sud de França i la costa Lígur, i les Balears. Aquests 3 espais són vitals per entendre la connectivitat entre Roma i Itàlia, entre Itàlia i la península Ibèrica, Espanya, i entre Espanya i Itàlia. Sí, hi ha 2 opcions, hi ha 2 vies possibles, 2 rutes possibles per arribar des d'Itàlia a la península Ibèrica i des de la península Ibèrica a Itàlia. La primera és aquesta, que sortiríem des d'Òstia amb el vaixell, travessaríem l'estret de Bonifaci i arribaríem a les Balears. En aquest cas és important controlar, òbviament, Còrsega i Sardenya, que són zona de pas dels pirates ligurs, que tant ens en parlen dels fonts, i arribar a les Balears, on també hi ha els famosos pirates balears. Les Balears són especialment importants, a més de permetre la connectivitat entre Itàlia i Espanya, perquè des de les Illes Balears podem pujar i baixar per la península Ibèrica. A més, també ens permeten arribar al sud de França, a la zona de Marsella, i també al nord d'Àfrica. Llavors, són doblement importants. En aquest cas, aquesta ruta té un punt perillós, perquè a l'estret de Bonifaci, com ens demostren tots els derelictes, tots els vaixells enfonsats que s'hi troben, era una zona de forts vents, i continua sent una zona de forts vents, de manera que és perillosa. I un cop deixem l'arxipèlag, hem de fer un salt per arribar a les Balears de diversos dies, una navegació d'altura. I això implica una sèrie de problemes a nivell de navegació. És per això que aquest tipus de navegació estaria més dirigida a vaixells comerciants, que tenen aquesta capacitat, que a vaixells de guerra. I ara, si ets tan amable, s'ha sortit el...
S'ha sortit, sí.
Sí.
Un moment.
Sorry for the problems. Sí. Com deia, perdoneu, o sigui, hi ha aquests pirates balears i, per tant, s'hi ha d'intervenir militarment per controlar les illes. L'altra opció que hi ha és la vessant més costanera, que seria resseguir tota la costa del nord d'Itàlia fins a arribar a la zona de Gènova, que és la costa Ligur, i resseguint-la arribaríem a la zona sota influència massaliota, d'acord? I d'aquesta manera, resseguint el golf de Lleó, arribaríem al nord de l'actual Catalunya. En aquest cas és important controlar els dos espais. Còrsega i Sardenya, perquè, com dèiem, són espais per on circulen les naus pirates dels Ligurs i, òbviament, també és de vital importància controlar la costa Ligur, perquè precisament és d'allà d'on surten els vaixells pirates. I, a més, hi ha una sèrie de ports distribuïts no només a la costa Ligur, sinó també a la costa sota influència massaliota, que cal tenir controlats perquè seran punts de fondeig per les naus que es dirigeixen cap a la península ibèrica. A part d'aquesta ruta en tenim una altra variant. Tornem enrere, Gerard. Si marxem des d'Òstia i volem evitar la costa Ligur per la perillositat que estem parlant, justament pels pirates ligurs, l'opció que podem tenir és apropar-nos fins a l'arxipèlag toscà, d'allà saltar marítimament parlant fins a Còrsega i apropant-nos a Cap Corse, que és justament la península que hi ha més a l'extrem nord de la illa, podríem de nou saltar el continent evitant la costa Ligur. D'acord? Tot i així, resulta perillós perquè els ligurs, com ens anomenen les fonts, es mouen més enllà. De manera que tornem a necessitar controlar Còrsega i Sardenya i tota la franja del sud de França i, òbviament, la costa Ligur per evitar aquests pirates. Tradicionalment, s'ha considerat que les campanyes que Roma va dur a terme contra els ligurs tenien com a objectiu controlar la ruta terrestre. Nosaltres som partidaris que justament el que intenten controlar és la via marítima. Fins i tot, després de la construcció de la via de Mítia, és de vital importància la ruta marítima, perquè els exèrcits i la logística que els acompanya s'haurà de fer per via marítima. Si es fes per via terrestre, almenys una part, s'entén, seria molt costosa i implicaria molt de temps. Per tant, la ruta marítima és de vital importància. I per això és important acabar amb els ligurs i Roma ho farà arrel d'una sèrie de campanyes que ara el meu company Gerard us acabarà d'explicar.
Sí, bé, se me sent bé, imagino que sí. Quan les causes lògicament no són reproduïbles, aquestes les induïm a partir dels seus efectes i això veiem en les fonts que sovint són marginals perquè es centren en altres espais geogràfics o donen més rellevància, més importància a altres esdeveniments, veiem que s'intervé de manera reiterada a la Ligúria, sobretot en dues fases, però es produeix un trencament a partir del 197 quan es creen les Provinciae d'Hispània, les dues províncies. Veiem com en una primera fase, que ja n'ha parlat l'Alfonso, més o menys, ho ha esmentat, s'annexionen les illes de Sardenya i de Còrsega, s'intervenen en aquests anys fins al 197 en 14 ocasions, en un total de 41 anys. Per tant, estem dient que la zona és important, però veiem com a partir del 197, a partir de la creació de les dues províncies a Hispània, l'augment de les intervencions és vital i no es pot entendre si no les relacionem amb la intervenció a la península ibèrica. Veiem aquí com entre el 197 i el 154, que és quan pràcticament s'aconsegueix la pacificació del Valle Serchio, és a dir, de la zona apuana, entre el riu Magre i el riu Arno. Ho veurem posteriorment en un mapa. Veiem que en 43 anys s'intervé en 33 ocasions, cosa que de vegades passa desapercebut en les fonts perquè, com insisteixo, es centren en altres esdeveniments de més rellevància. D'aquestes 33 intervencions militars, 30 s'esdevenen amb exèrcits consulars, cosa que ja dona a entendre la importància que té el control de la regió de l'Etrúria septentrional. amb la voluntat de crear, lògicament, com creiem nosaltres, un coixí que permeti crear una base logística que asseguri la connexió amb la península ibèrica. Veiem aquí una mostra dels fasti triomfales que hem agafat des del 197 fins al 122, podríem anar més enllà, però veiem com entre les diferents regions, tant la Ligúria, Hispània i Orient, la zona que dona més triomfs o que dona més èxits als militars i els permet realitzar la processó un cop arriben a Roma és la zona de la Ligúria, amb 12 triomfs, junt amb la guerra amb l'Orient hel·lenístic. Recordem que a l'Orient hel·lenístic en aquest període succeeixen guerres tan importants com la Segona i la Tercera Guerra Macedònica o la Guerra Romano-Síria. En canvi, Hispània, pel que fa a Hispània, dona 5 triomfs i només 4 ovationes. Com sabem de la importància de controlar aquest territori? Doncs, si ens anem, aquí ho veiem més en resumit, si ens anem al nord-est del nostre territori, de la península, veiem com a partir dels estudis d'en David Asensio i d'aquí també dels companys que hi ha d'Empúries que han treballat sobre l'anàlisi i han escrit articles sobre l'anàlisi d'àmfores, veiem com es produeix una ruptura ben clara entre dues fases. La primera entre el 300 i 225, on les importacions estan dominades per les importacions abusitanes, d'àmfora abusitana, d'ebusos, i com a partir de la Segona Guerra Púnica i sobretot a partir del 197 comença a arribar àmfora greco-itàlica, sobretot a la zona dels indigets, de la Indigèsia, on es situa Emporion, i al sud a Quècia, a Tàrraco. Comença a arribar, aquí ho veiem, en tots els jaciments ibèrics es comença a documentar gran quantitat d'àmfores greco-itàliques que a partir de la meitat del segle II canviarà i arribaran les importacions de l'evolució morfològica d'aquesta àmfora, començarà a arribar a la Dresselú, però veiem doncs la importància i l'augment de la connectivitat que comença a haver-hi entre la zona d'Itàlia i la península ibèrica. I això doncs obliga a controlar la zona de la Ligúria on hi ha ports tan importants com el de Luna o la ciutat de Pisa. La importància del mar Ligur el trobem també, com veiem, el trobem reproduït també en la quantitat d'ocasions en què es nomenen els duoviri navales, un càrrec que, bé, com és sabut, es dediquen a patrullar els mars i a crear una flota per tal d'assegurar el litoral, en aquest cas d'assegurar el litoral Ligur. Veiem com a partir del segle IV al tercer, en 2 segles només s'anomena en 3 ocasions aquest càrrec extraordinari que s'anomena en moments d'emergència i urgència, s'anomena només en 3 ocasions i en canvi en el període que nosaltres tractem en 10 anys s'arriba inclús a anomenar en 5 ocasions. El que intenta Roma, lògicament, com fa en totes les zones on actua en aquest període, no és aplicar una política planificada de control del territori, però sí que trenca, com veiem, com ens ha ensenyat en Marc Prat, ho hem vist en altres ponències, sí que es trenca amb l'estructura territorial de la zona de la Ligúria, sobretot de la zona del Valle Serchio, de la zona Apuana, on es troben aquests ports que hem comentat que són importants i des d'on surten els vaixells que ara ens ha explicat que ressegueixen aquestes rutes per tal d'arribar al nord-est de la nostra península, de la península ibèrica. Com ho fa Roma? Doncs a partir de les transferències, dels trasllats de població, dels assentaments d'altura a la vall, que Livy ho descriu amb el verb deduco, això, i traducere, amb la colonització, amb la creació de 2 províncies, de 2 colònies, una de dret llatí, que és la de Luca, i una de Luna, i després la gran deportació, que aquesta sí que ha tingut molta volada en la historiografia tan antiga com la moderna. Veiem aquí la creació de la colònia de Luca, el 180, on s'hi estableixen també ligurs, perquè hi ha la continuïtat d'enterraments, de l'estil d'enterrament funerari de Ligur, i la colònia de Luna, que és colònia romana amb 2.000 colons romans que s'hi estableixen per tenir un control més ferri sobre les rutes de la mar Tirrena. Després veiem també que es produeix una evolució en el que és en la zona del sud de la Gàl·lia, perquè Marsella, a la qual Roma li cedeix la influència de la regió, arriba a un punt en què ja no hi pot fer front o ja no se sent prou forta com per continuar amb aquesta hegemonia, amb el control ferri de la regió, i per tant Roma hi ha d'intervenir. Lògicament, intervenir a favor d'una potència aliada no vol dir que únicament diguéssim, actuïs en favor de la seva causa, sinó també dels teus propis interessos i de les teves pròpies raons geoestratègiques, com és en aquest cas. Roma intervé en 3 ocasions, el 181 amb els duoviri navales i el 154 intervé per primera vegada més enllà dels Alps. S'ha de relacionar també aquestes intervencions amb el que està succeint a la península Ibèrica, perquè sabem que el 154 ha estallat la Segona Guerra Celtibèrica en un procés de creixement urbà o de concentració urbana com és en la ciutat de Segeda, que provoca la Segona Guerra Celtibèrica i, per tant, cal assegurar la zona de la via Heràclia i el control dels ports que ressegueixen al sud de la Gàl·lia. I el mateix succeirà al 125 quan, per última vegada, Massília torna a demanar ajuda i Roma sí que ja hi intervé de manera més fèrrea i amb voluntat més ja d'establir o d'imposar mesures de més llarga durada, com és la creació de colònies d'Aqua Sextiae, etc., que no tenim temps d'explicar. I això també va en relació als successos que s'esdevenen a la península Ibèrica, com és la finalització de la Guerra Numantina, i ara sí que Roma ja se sent forta per intervenir més directament sobre aquesta zona. Hem fet un breu repàs de la importància que té la Ligúria pel control de la Ligúria per les connexions amb la península Ibèrica i fins aquí la nostra exposició perquè no ens en volem allargar de temps i ja portem més de 8 minuts. Moltes gràcies.
Moltes gràcies, Gerard. Thanks for showing the results of your paper. We move to the next talk. Now I'm pleased to announce the research Sofia Zumbaki and Michaelis Karambinis from the ERA, National Hellenic Research Foundation, with the paper entitled The Roman and Italian Economic Diaspora as a Factor of Connectivity Between Italy and the Eastern Mediterranean, 150-70 BC. As a measure of gratia by the editor, the author has a few extra minutes for participate in the epilogue of the book. Can you start? Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, that's okay. Time is enough. So, greetings from Athens. This paper attempts to examine the almost self-evident Mediterranean connectivity from the aspect of Italian and Roman traders who operated as a steam engine of seaborne trips and economic life in the eastern part of the basin, already before Rome converted it to Mare Nostrum. Rome entered the eastern Mediterranean using the dynamism of these individuals, most of them being mute, anonymous people who, driven by profit opportunities, tamed the winds and waters with their capacities of communication, transportation, and production. Given the contacts they developed with the regions which hosted their economic activities, Rome utilized them in her dealings with locals, not dictating their movements, but either presenting them as victims in need of military protection or using them as links for building trust and diplomatic relations. Beyond functioning by definition as links between their hometowns in Italy and the regions of their activity, private Italians and Romans gradually turned out to serve as links between Rome and the East. The sheer bulk of the evidence for the first contacts of Italians with the East is to be found on the coast of Epirus and the Ionian Islands. Although stray data indicate that the routes of Italian vessels also extended further in the east, it was in the direct neighborhood on the other side of the Adriatic that tombstones of individuals from Italy and Sicily, Italian pottery, as well as influences from Italian ceramic work production on local workshops, point to a more intense communication. Over time, Italians who were moving on the trade routes and temporarily resided at various towns developed strong ties with locals and were awarded privileges and proximity, functioning thus as links of interstate contact. Increasing exchanges of Italians in the East led to a need for some commercial bays where they could enjoy certain facilitations. This sparked official Roman interest in trade activity in the Ionian Sea, as a Senatus Consultum of 187 BCE implies. According to it, Ambracia was free to have its own laws and collect port duties, provided that Romans and the soci nominis Latini were exempted from paying them. Ambracia maintained probably this role until the stormy evolutions in the aftermath of the Third Macedonian War and the devastation of 70 towns of Epirus by Aemilius Paulus, something which rendered a commercial base in a ruined region inutile. Rome immediately found Ambracia's substitute. Delos was declared a free port under Athenian control and attracted traders from Italy and the whole Eastern Mediterranean. Delos' commercial importance was upgraded after the collapse of three major economic hubs of the Mediterranean, namely Rhodes' punishment and humiliation after the Third Macedonian War, Corinth's annihilation, and Carthage's fall in 146 BCE. The choice of Delos marks a shift of Roman interest further to the east. An even wider economic field opened up for Italians in Asia after King Attalus' death and the bequeathing of his kingdom to Rome, which was annexed in 129 BCE. Three attestations of Romans in the Eastern Aegean and Asia Minor appeared already in the early 2nd century BCE. Asia's political annexation marked a massive Roman presence and an acceleration of the economic exploitation of the area. Delos remained the central node of thick commercial webs extending from Italy to Asia, Near East, and beyond. The small island in the heart of the Aegean became the melting pot of economic and cultural interaction of the members of a vivid Italian community with merchants of various origins who often established dynamic professional associations already around the middle of the 2nd century BCE. In the 2nd century BCE, awards of proximity to Italians proliferate in Greek polis, often accompanied by further privileges such as enctisis, that is, the right to own lands and a house, which presupposed or encouraged closer ties with the awarding communities. Similar ties were cultivated by the participation of the young offsprings of resident Italian families in the local effivia on the Greek polis. From the last quarter of the 2nd century BCE, numerous Italians participated in the local institution of effivia in Athens and in the next decades also of other towns. Participation in the education of the youth, which led to their subscription as citizens, shows that the families of the ephebs were established for longer periods in the towns and intended to integrate into local life. Participation in the effivia, as well as enctisis, facilitated a permanent settlement, strengthened ties with host communities, and promoted assimilation into them. When the king of Pontus, Mithridates, ordered the slaughter of Romans and Italians in towns of Asia and on Delos, the Italian population of the East was large. Although the figures of the victims, ranging from 80,000 to 150,000 are apparently not accurate, they are indicative for the multitude of Italians and Romans who already resided in towns of the East. Sylla's victories over Pontic forces put an end to atrocities against Romans and consolidated Roman presence in the towns. Having overcome the wave of terror, Romans reappeared dynamically at the forefront, participated in events of public life in the towns, and their economic success allowed them to present themselves as benefactors. They are now attested at many places as self-conscious groups, which adopted self-definitions of special interest, since they claimed an official public role and often appeared side by side with civic bodies. A complexity of smaller and bigger networks of Italian businessmen arises from the research of their activity in the Eastern Mediterranean. The first traders from Italy and Sicily, attested on the Western Greek coast and the Ionian Islands, point to exchanges extending to neighboring settlements. Over time, geographic cycles of their operation and range of their business expanded. We have to admit that we hardly know exactly how their economic activities worked, how big the volume of exchanges was in the period under examination. Written and material sources allow, in any case, to understand that economic relations fostered a gradual integration of Italians into the communities of the East, first as merchants, and gradually as investors in various sectors of the economy. They built a steady communication with the locals and created channels of transmission of knowledge and goods, bridging mentalities and cultures. They served as links of their motherland with places of their economic activity, supported the progress of interconnectedness among various micro-regions, and also functioned as a diplomatic nexus between Rome and the East. Thus, they contributed to a connectivity which went beyond a mere mobility and led to an increasing interaction. Therefore, they operated as factors enhancing conjugation of cultures and economies. In this sense, although our sources do not allow us to trace an advanced and widespread economic integration of the Mediterranean during this period, Italian and Roman businessmen converted certain local projects or resources into parts of a wider economic zone. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, fine, Nicholas. Thank you for your paper. It's very detailed. Finally, the last talk of the day will be presented by the organizers of the workshop, who do not need a presentation. Let's listen to your proposal with the title, A Message in a Bottle Grows in the Northwestern Mediterranean, 150-70 BC. It's your time, Tony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Firstly, I must say that this is a joint work with Jordi Principal, who is ill, who can be here, but is our joint research. As you all know, this is extremely, time is extremely precious today. So Jordi and I can only sketch here the backbone of our chapter, which was originally scheduled as the last one from the epilogue of our volume, and then the last one of the volume itself. In our brief introduction today, though, we have already addressed why intertuning, connectivity, and integration is relevant enough as a topic for a book such as this one. Now, on reflection for our conclusive chapter, it seems better for us to focus on the last two items in the equation, both space and time. In order to accomplish this goal, our message in a bottle serves the purpose of showing us where to look more carefully from a theoretical viewpoint when an overall historical analysis is needed. For instance, as to space, firstly, in their celebrated book, The Corrupting Sea, year 2000, by Peregrine Horden and Nicholas Purcell, the ancient Mediterranean is often described as a kaleidoscopic mosaic assembled by microregions. According to their view, both sea and land communications helped such microregions to, and we quote, cohere both internally and also one with another. Indeed, if internal connectivity within a microregion comprises, in terms of communication at least, both extensive seafaring, including piracy as its illegal counterpart, and strong road building programs inland, well, the northwestern Mediterranean certainly makes the case as such. That said, our message in a bottle will thus travel across a particular Mediterranean area, which we might call a microregion, and whose features seem to respond to such a model. Firstly, a closer look at Horden and Purcell's map number 11 reveals they were precisely pointing at our area as an example of a cohesive region. In this map, the visibility of coastlines between the Arno and Ebro rivers, including Sardinia, Corsica, and the Balearic Islands, are brilliantly portrayed. The areas which are out of sight of land happen to be minimal, and accordingly, the mutual visibility between those who interacted across water makes easier multiple forms of exchange and especially mobility. Secondly, as Horden and Purcell also put it, we quote, the Roman road, the most developed form of overland interconnection in Mediterranean history, was surveyed as a set of links along lines of sight, end of quote. Again, they seem to be describing a phenomenon very similar as we have seen today to the massive road building programs arisen in Transalpine Gaul and the northeast of Hispanic interior from the last decades of the 2nd century BC. Therefore, the northwestern Mediterranean seems to comply with both sea and land requirements from a definition for a microregion, at least in theoretical terms. Time, as to time. In the second place, when addressing time with respect to the northwestern Mediterranean coherence as a microregion, we must bear in mind the big issue here. In our opinion, what triggered everything off was, of course, Rome's territorial expansion towards the west between the middle and the later Republican periods, and in particular after Carthage fall down in 146. Our message in a bottle definitely crossed over such troubled waters, from the Arno River to the Ebro, including the islands in between, and all the way around to Italy again. We have tried to underline that Rome's quest for hegemony ultimately carried serious repercussions for the existing peoples and the overall mobility within the entire area. Together with some local parties siding with Rome in the Western political playground and the eventual extinction of others, regular armies asymmetrical soldiers, such as pirates and auxiliaries, along with Roman and Italian civilians, such as traders and businessmen, as we have already seen, all expected to somehow benefit from the endless possibilities which intermittent periods of war, but also of peace, as might be expected, seem to offer. In our view, regardless of the actual presence of Roman legions actively fighting in Western war fronts, in active fronts as much as in rearguard positions, can hardly be dissociated. This phenomenon can hardly be dissociated from the historical evolution of this period. In fact, our time chart begins with the Celtiberian and Lusitanian campaigns from the mid-2nd century BC in connection with the first warnings, as we have already seen, of Rome's advance into Transalpine Gaul to fight Ligurian pirates. 20 years later, the northeast of Hispanic Iterio probably became a logistic base for the conquest of Transalpine, remaining as such for some decades, while the operations in Sardinia and Baleares were probably connected with Rome's supplying needs for its armies and for the actual urbs, for the city. Additionally, the major road building programs in both Transalpine and the northeast Citerior by the end of the century also responded to the urgent needs to better connect by land Italy and the West, when piracy still made the seafront too risky, as we have already seen to. Although the Cimbrian invasion put a serious test to Rome's actual rule over the West, during such operations and for the next few decades up to the end of the Sertorian War, both north and south of the Pyrenees were logistically connected. To conclude, when Iberian auxiliaries from the northeast of Citerior were dispatched to Italy in order to fight for Rome in the social war, as recorded in a notorious inscription from Ascoli, we might say that the alleged message in that bottle, which had crossed the Rhaegan seas, eventually reached Rome again. To us, it is thus impossible to recover the scope and full significance of the northwestern Mediterranean as a crossroads micro-region between Italy and the Far West, unless Rome's decisive role in it is properly acknowledged. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tony, for your paper. Now we can start the open discussion with the other authors. I encourage all to participate in any language. If anyone has a question or recommendation, it will be received. Someone has a question? Okay, Tony?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, may I ask Marta something? Is Marta around? Well, probably they had some problem. Okay, 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 Marta. No, I'm very interested in your paper, and especially when you mention the possibility that some of those Iberians located in the military structure that you have recorded near Emporium were auxiliaries working for the armies. Do you have any other record for that, or which is the base for that argument? You can talk in whatever language you like.
Well, I'll try to answer in English. If not, I will change. But we follow the evidences that we have recovered in the excavations, the kind of constructions, the materials, even ritual practices that were documented in that habitat structures that we have excavated in the insular trend of the Roman city. The impression is that they are indigenous habitats inside the camp for the characteristic. And then we can relate it to other proofs, other evidences that we have, such as the mint, the coins that were minted in that, began to be minted in that time with the Iberian legend Undikesken. We have also the use of cemeteries, of the necropolis of Las Cosas, cremation necropolis that already previously was linked to soldiers, to indigenous soldiers. In that time, were occupying the camp, the upper part of the hill of Empúries. So it's the whole of these evidences that led us to think that probably the Iberians and maybe other people that were concentrated here were important part of the people living inside the camp. We part from these evidences.
Okay, thank you very much.
And we don't have also evidences to think in a legionary camp, because it's basically a fortified enclosure. We have structures in some parts of it. The central structures with the system, probably the so-called presidium, that was called before the presidium. But there are also other areas inside the camp that were not occupied, or we don't have solid remains in that part. We are just beginning to understand this occupation of the second century.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have another question for Marta Santos about the port of Emporium. Is its function considered a free port with a more relaxed taxation in a context Roman? Hi ha indicis d'això, que sigui un port franc o lliure amb taxes més relaxades en un context de Roma internacional?
Bueno, contesto en castellano ahora, por más facilidad. De hecho, Puerto Franco o Puerto Abierto lo ha sido siempre, Empúries, desde la Emporium griega, ¿no? Y en el contexto, digamos, ya de la presencia de Roma, como puerto aliado, como ciudad aliada, seguramente continúa como tal. Pero no tenemos tampoco evidencias, digamos, epigráficas o arqueológicas que nos permitan, digamos, afirmarlo. Pero si dentro de la tradición de la función del puerto Emporium desde sus inicios, creo que tiene su lógica pensar que puede ser así.
Es fruto de mi desconocimiento. Gracias. I have any question? Gerard? Yes, please.
Yo tengo una pregunta también para la Marta. La formulo también en castellano. El puerto en sí, Empúries, es relativamente pequeño. Entonces, se entiende que una parte de las naves que llegaban se tenían que desplazar o tenían que fondear en otras zonas, como por ejemplo, pues en la zona de la desembocadura del río, o en Ries-la-Clota, o realmente el puerto tenía cabida suficiente como para el volumen de barcos que llegaban. Hablo en un contexto ya republicano, ¿eh? Quiero decir.
Vale, puedo contestar, pero no sé si señor, ¿estás conectado? ¿Estás conectado?
Sí, sí, sí.
Sí, para que él también te dé un poco su visión también.
Perdón.
Pero veo que no contesto, que no debe estar conectado. Sí, nosotros...
Marta,
Pere, te paso la pregunta a ti.
Bueno, no. Evidentemente, el conocimiento que ahora tenemos del paleopaisaje permite completar el conocimiento que tenemos de los espacios portuarios ampuritanos. Es verdad que en el siglo II, y Marta ya lo ha contado, se construye lo que denominamos, a raíz de las excavaciones del casc y de Xavier Nieto, el puerto artificial en la fachada de levante de la ciudad, pero evidentemente, además de este puerto, ahora que conocemos bien la presencia de la zona del estuario del Ter en la zona norte de San Martín de Ampurias, pues evidentemente esta sería una zona ideal para fondear un número de embarcaciones mucho mayor. ¿Por qué? Porque está más protegido de levante, tiene digamos, una cortina de agua mucho mayor, pero también tiene un inconveniente, que es para que la entrada de esta zona de estuario seguramente estaría mucho más, digamos, sería más complicada por la presencia de bancos arenosos que se irían moviendo en función de las épocas del año o de las estaciones también, ¿no? Con lo cual es evidente que el puerto para la llegada, para la comunicación directa con la ciudad, digamos, griega, el mejor sería el puerto artificial y el puerto natural, pero evidentemente para llegada de un número importante de naves, evidentemente la zona del estuario sería importante. Tampoco debemos descartar la zona de Riells-la-Clota, donde tenemos constancia de la existencia de construcciones importantes de época republicana. En esta zona todavía estamos empezando los trabajos y los estudios geomorfológicos y evidentemente habrá que esperar para conocer mucho mejor esta zona. Pero es evidente que también podrían ser zonas subsidiarias, digamos, como espacios de puerto. No sé si he contestado un poco a tu pregunta.
Sí, moltes gràcies, Pere.
Okay, thank you. Any question for other authors? Mentre gli altri oratori stanno pensando una domanda, io volevo fare una domanda al professore Antonio Riva, che si trova qui.
Sì, sono qua.
Sì. Una domanda, primo. Lo strumento della risorsa della Sardegna sta monopolizzato dai coloni italiani o lascia che gli insulari o indigeni entrano nel business?
Sì, ho capito. È una situazione un po' complicata perché le nostre fonti non sono chiarissime. Possiamo sicuramente in una primissima parte, quando l'isola viene conquistata a partire dal 238, le risorse sono in mano ai sardopunici. Non è cambiato niente. Cosa succede dopo le campagne di Sempronio Gracco? Se noi leggiamo le fonti, si capisce che queste campagne sono state sponsorizzate, sono state richieste dai notabili delle città sarde. Questo va detto. Però è anche vero che a partire da questo momento abbiamo nelle campagne della Sardegna e nello sfruttamento delle risorse dei non sardi. E quindi non è esclusivo degli italici. Diciamo che ci sono anche in Sardegna, ci sono dei soci che beneficiano di queste nuove conquiste e che sfruttano queste risorse. Però è evidente che dal 170 in poi gli italici aumentano come numero. Questo direi che oramai non è più da mettere in discussione, ma ci sono anche i sardi.
Grazie professore. E un'altra domanda, per cortesia. Che pensa che grado di influenza viene trasferito dagli specialisti di Sardegna ai mestieri della penisola italiana? nell'elaborazione di oggetti similari, no? E viceversa.
Sì, sì, anche questo è un bel problema. Io l'ho accennato rapidamente, il tempo era quello. Più che trasferire, trasferire, no, si potrebbe essere anche quello. Noi abbiamo la prova, abbiamo la certezza che, per esempio, per quanto riguarda la ceramica, questa in Sardegna viene imitata. Ed è più la ceramica imitata, di imitazione, che noi troviamo in Sardegna, che non quella di importazione. Questo già avveniva con l'età cartaginese, non abbiamo capito bene per quale motivo, ma si continua cioè le percentuali sono immense, sono infinite. Cioè arrivano nuovi modelli e i sardi non è che li comprano, chissà per quale motivo, ma li imitano e li producono loro e rimangono però chiusi all'interno del... cioè non è che vengono poi esportati in Spagna, in Africa, no, rimangono in Sardegna queste imitazioni e continuiamo. Quindi, però effettivamente sì, oramai stiamo cominciando a pensare che, questo per la ceramica, ma possiamo parlare anche per le terrecotte, stiamo cominciando a pensare che ben presto, accanto a maestranze italiche, abbiamo cominciato a copiare e anche a innovare, a introdurre qualcosa di nuovo. Quelle immagini che ho fatto vedere gli ex voto dei sofferenti, veramente lì capire che cosa sia italico e che cosa sia sardo, io direi che purtroppo bisogna... No, è veramente come spesso mi capita di dire, noi purtroppo lavoriamo su delle ipotesi, non eravamo lì presenti, quindi è anche difficile mettere la mano sul fuoco, dire no, è così, no, è certamente... È estremamente complicato. Diciamo che c'è un interscambio, questo molto forte, fra due culture. Io credo che questo sia così.
Io capisco, grazie per questa spiegazione. Any question for the authors? Okay, I have a question for Gerard, to Gerard. There are remains of lighthouse in the Ligurian region, no? Coneixem fars en aquesta època posterior o en aquell moment?
Que jo en tingui constància, no. O sigui, és una bona pregunta, la veritat, perquè són zones costaneres abruptes i caldria que hi hagués un sistema de senyalització de que t'estàs apropant perillosament a la costa. Però jo diria que no. No en la part pròpiament ligur. En el cas de Pisa, per exemple, ho desconec, ho haurien de mirar. Però en el cas del territori pròpiament sota control ligur, jo diria que no.
I ja m'aventuro una segona pregunta. Es tenen notícies de col·laboració d'insulars o indígenes amb Roma per donar a conèixer les corrents marítimes o com s'han de passar aquests passos com l'estret de Bonifaci tan perillosos? Si hi ha notícies de col·laboració entre indígenes i els nouvinguts.
Bueno, clar, és que el problema és que Roma no són nouvinguts, o sigui, sempre han estat allà i han comerciat de forma recurrent. A més, hem de tenir present que els grecs de la Magna Grècia s'han mogut de forma molt habitual per aquella zona. Llavors, la informació circula. Tu pots ser un romà que treballa en un vaixell grec i captes aquesta informació i després l'aplicaràs en els teus vaixells. L'única referència que tenim similar és en el cas de la zona repúnica, però en el cas de Cartagena, de Cartagonova, que sí que hi ha pescadors de la zona d'Empúries que els expliquen als escipions com funciona la navegació per aquella zona i que justament hi ha el tema de les marees, no? que permeten l'accés a la zona de Cartagena. Però aquesta és l'única referència que em vingui ara al cap que tenim. Pròpiament de la zona de Ligure o de l'estret de Bonifaci no em sona pas. I et dic, com és una zona, l'Alfonso també t'ho podrà dir, paso al castellano porque justamente hablo de Alfonso, aquella zona es una zona de amplio tránsito para Roma y las colonias de la Magna Grecia, y entonces es habitual que esa información circule libremente.
Thank you. Any question?
Tengo una, si puede ser.
Sí, sí, sí.
Paso al castellano. La pregunta es para Bartomeu. Es una reflexión al hilo de una de las preguntas que tú has planteado en tu magnífica presentación. ¿Por qué crecen los asentamientos en una segunda etapa, ¿no? Que tú preguntas si se puede asociar a la guerra sectoriana o a la campaña pirática de Pompeyo. Mi pregunta es si has pensado, atendiendo a las dos posibles respuestas que tú mismo te das, si has pensado en hacer una comparación con lo que va a hacer Pompeyo, lo que hace Pompeyo con los piratas en el Mediterráneo oriental o en el Mediterráneo centro-oriental, es decir, el asentamiento sistemático de piratas en ciudades previamente establecidas que Pompeyo lleva a cabo en Cilicia, donde son muchas, Solos, Manos, Adana, hay un montón. En la propia Acaya, en Grecia, Dime, e incluso probablemente en el sur de Italia también asienta piratas, ¿no? Eso habría que hacerle seguimiento a algunas obras de Ovidio y demás. Pero bueno, la pregunta es así, si has pensado tirar un poco de ese hilo, porque me parece absolutamente interesante y además a mí me ha abierto los ojos también sobre la forma en la que podemos utilizar la arqueología para completar muchas lagunas que tenemos sobre un tema que a mí me interesa muchísimo, que es precisamente la campaña antipirática de Pompeyo del año 67, ¿no? Tirar un poco de la arqueología para rellenar los huecos, sobre todo lo concerniente al Mediterráneo occidental. Esa era mi pregunta.
Hola, Alfonso. Bueno, no sé si responder en castellano ni en inglés. Ya no sé en qué lengua nos encontramos. A ver, no había considerado esa opción de cotejar con estos casos del este del Mediterráneo, básicamente porque esto es una autocrítica y propia y un poco en general, ¿no? Solemos dividir el Mediterráneo en dos partes y cada uno por su lado, como Honorio y su hermano. En fin, pero es una muy buena idea y es una buena línea para intentar dar una explicación, al menos parcial, a por qué las ciudades no florecen hasta mucho más tarde. De todas formas, este decalaje entre la conquista y el crecimiento de las ciudades, no digo la fundación, porque es muy difícil de detectar una fundación, pero el crecimiento tampoco es que sea exclusivo de las ciudades de Mallorca, se da también en las del sur de la Galia y es algo patente. También es verdad que las dataciones que tenemos para estos crecimientos, en el caso de Palma, son, bueno, solamente vienen de una excavación de uno o dos estratos. En el caso de Poniente es un poco más amplio, pero tampoco es que sea para echar cohetes. Por lo tanto, también tenemos este problema. Intentar casar, es decir, llenar vacíos de las fuentes textuales con arqueología requiere muy buena información arqueológica y muy bien acotada, porque claro, en Poliente, por ejemplo, nos movemos en cronologías según el autor, ¿no? Pero en cronologías que bailan 30 años. Según mi opinión, necesitamos muchos más datos de mejor calidad para poder relacionarlo. Pero a nivel de hipótesis siempre puede funcionar, claro.
Sí, pero perdona que te interrumpa. El baile de cronología a mí no me estorba, por así decirlo. Es decir, la campaña de Pompeyo es un momento puntual que tiene unos antecedentes directos, que son las propias guerras sectorianas, como tanto Gerard como tú y yo mismo hemos estado intentando indagar, y que tiene después una correlación final con la propia actividad de Sexto Pompeyo, del hijo de Pompeyo, que está dando la lata pirática pues hasta mediados de la década de los 30 del siglo I. Es decir, que a mí esa amplitud de la cronología en la datación no me asusta, al contrario, me reafirma en que pueda haber relación entre una cosa y la otra. Que no, evidentemente, mientras más trabajo arqueológico tengamos, mejor que mejor. Ya te digo que además nos serviría para llenar el vacío que nos dejan las fuentes escritas, ¿no? Pero sí, a mí no me asusta esa amplitud cronológica en absoluto.
Pero si te he entendido bien, te refieres más a que sea un proceso general, un fenómeno más a medio término, sí, medio plazo, de establecimiento de un momento de vehiculación de esos elementos singulares.
Es que una de las formas de acabar con la piratería es darle otra cosa que hacer a los que se dedican a la piratería.
Sí, sí.
Hay que integrarlos en el sistema socioeconómico y político de otra manera distinta. Entonces el proceso es más amplio que un momento puntual.
Y de hecho, si los piratas en realidad en buena parte se originan a raíz de circunstancias socioeconómicas desfavorables que les llevan a esa solución, evidentemente darles una solución para no tener que recurrir a eso es lo más inteligente. Sí, sí.
Bueno, para no tener que recurrir hasta que tú necesites que recurras, que es otra cosa diferente.
Exacto.
En el caso de Pompeyo, además, perfectamente constatable, pero sí, tiene toda la razón.
Vale. Bueno, muy interesante la discusión. Se podría, bueno, yo no soy especialista, ¿no?, pero se podría decir que los piratas son una creación colateral de Roma, en el sentido de que se ven desplazados de sus ámbitos ¿no?, por Roma, por controlar esas rutas o esos mares, ¿no? Estas gentes indígenas o insulares se ven desplazados, ¿no?, y tienen que abocarse a ese fenómeno. No lo sé.
Sí, bueno, no sé, como supuesto pirata aquí de la reunión, que más de tiempo se dedica a esto, la etiqueta pirata es una etiqueta de alteridad. Es decir, la gente no se autodenomina a sí mismo pirata en las fuentes antiguas. No hay nadie que diga yo soy, bueno, hay algunas excepciones honrosas, como el caso de los etolios y la familia de Polícrates de Samos, gente que iba un poco de chulos por la vida, ¿no? Pero la mayor parte de estas poblaciones no se autodenominan a sí mismo piratas. El término pirata es una etiqueta que le ha colocado el otro, normalmente los romanos, que son los interesados en buscar justificaciones de tipo civilizador y este tipo de cosas para sus acciones militares, que lo que están persiguiendo, como hemos visto aquí en el día de hoy, es asentar una expansión militar y territorial en el Mediterráneo noroccidental. Entonces, ¿Roma crea piratas? Sí. Ahora bien, esta gente de estos lugares con esas características peculiares a nivel de recursos, etcétera, ¿se han dedicado sistemáticamente al ejercicio de la piratería a lo largo de la historia? Sí, nos lo demuestran los antecedentes y nos lo demuestra lo que va a pasar después de la época romana. Es decir, que el ejercicio de la piratería es normal. Estabas preguntando tú antes por los faros. Me ha llamado mucho la atención la pregunta de los faros. El falso faro es un vehículo de piratería de baja intensidad. Yo lo llamo en mi tesis doctoral piratería a tiempo parcial, que se da muchísimo en la antigüedad. Es simular un faro donde no lo hay para llevar el barco a un bajío, y una vez que has llevado el barco al bajío, pues ahí el barco atraca en barranca y puedes asaltarlo más fácilmente. No te hace falta un barco, porque un barco es una cosa que logísticamente es complicado, sobre todo para atacar un barco grande, porque tú necesitas una logística que muchas veces el pirata no tiene. ¿A qué se dedica? Pues a engañar a la gente con este tipo de cosas. Entonces sí, indudablemente sí a todo lo que has preguntado.
Gracias, profesor.
Siguiendo la corriente que ha planteado Alfonso, ya Philip de Sousa ya dice, no son piratas, son mercaderes con espada, que lo mismo pueden comerciar que pueden asaltar un barco. Además hay que tener en cuenta que las rutas que Roma potencia durante el periodo republicano son muy golosas. Entonces justamente pasan por el territorio, en este caso de Baleares o de Ligures o de Sardos, y obviamente es muy goloso ver un barco tras otro que transporta mercancía valiosa. Así que es lógico y es razonable, hasta el punto de vista razonable, que asaltasen esas embarcaciones, porque realmente es que les pasan justo por enfrente de su territorio. Y lo que dice Alfonso sobre los falsos faros, en el caso, por ejemplo, de las Baleares, parece ser que era una práctica hasta cierto punto recurrente, porque las embarcaciones de los piratas baleares, al menos así recogen las fuentes, no son muy complejas, por decirlo suavemente. Entonces, parece ser que se dedicarían más bien a una piratería kilómetro cero, de proximidad. Entonces es muy probable que justamente este tipo de prácticas, como la de los falsos faros, se potenciasen en el caso balear.
Sí, yo solo quería añadir algo, un poco volviendo a la pregunta original de Jordi Pérez sobre si Roma crea piratas. Simplemente añadir un poco de información. En el caso de las Baleares, sí que sabemos por Estrabón que la intervención de Metelo viene un poco justificada o motivada en último extremo porque una serie de piratas foráneos se han sumado, han ido a las Baleares y se les han sumado indígenas locales. Y ya Wayne Morgan en el 69 ya propuso que estos piratas que vienen en el 123 o un poco antes provengan de las campañas que Roma está realizando los años anteriores en Cerdeña y la Galia Transalpina. Y en este sentido, una cosa que llama la atención es, o una pregunta que surge, es ¿qué conectividad podía haber entre un lado y otro del mar, entre estos supuestos piratas o mercaderes con espada, como les llamemos, en este momento? Y hasta aquí.
Sí, no quiero monopolizar el debate, pero evidentemente hay una conectividad indudable. Sí. Nadie enseñaba el pasaporte cuando entraba a formar parte de una banda de piratas. Las cosas porque no había, ¿no? Pero en estas bandas piráticas encontramos una amalgama de gentes provenientes de distintos lugares en la que perfectamente en un barco, un grupo que se dedicase a la piratería podría haber sin ningún tipo de problema ligures, sardos, corsos, baleares, gente del este de la península ibérica e incluso itálicos. Por supuesto que sí. No es en absoluto descabellado. Lo que pasa es que nosotros tendemos a concentrarnos, a verlo desde la perspectiva de los romanos. Miramos siempre a los piratas desde la perspectiva de los romanos. Entonces se nos habla piratas ligures, piratas corsos, piratas sardos, piratas baleares, piratas en general. Y aunque vaya a hacer un poco de anatema, Philip de Souza tiende mucho a distinguir entre pirata y no pirata, ¿no? Por eso hace esa distinción entre mercader con espada y pirata, ¿no? Piratas son todos. Siguiendo también en lo que ha planteado Gerard, el aforismo gitano, ¿no? Dios mío de mi alma, no te pido que me des, sino que me pongas donde haya. Ponme donde haya posibilidades que yo me aprovecharé de ellas. Eso es lo que hacen los piratas en esta época. Y donde hay una posibilidad económica y la intensificación de la ruta comercial entre Hispania e Italia es una oportunidad de mercado brutal, no solamente para los mercaderes itálicos, para los negociadores, para los publicani, ¿no? Es una oportunidad también para el que se dedica a robar, que cada vez le pasan más barcos por delante y es más fácil. Y hay más capacidad de atacar un barco y de poder obtener un botín que después hay que reintroducir en el mercado, porque los piratas cuando roban barcos después tiene que vender lo que ha robado. Y eso genera un movimiento socioeconómico a la inversa, es decir, la extracción es ilegal, pero la reintroducción de la mercancía en el sistema tiene que ser necesariamente legal. Por tanto, claro, hay que ser mercader un rato y pirata otro ratito. Y así, pero es que eso es la historia de la humanidad relacionada con el mar, es decir, que no es nada nuevo y que no ha dejado de ser y así a lo largo de la historia y sigue siéndolo todavía en nuestro día.
Gracias. Thank you. I think Tony has a last question.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, but it will not be about pirates. I'm so sorry. It was a very, very interesting discussion, but I'm going to make a last final question to Michalis and Sophia, and it's because when I know your text, of course, but to what extent the network of Latins spread over in the East, but especially over the Mediterranean, was sort of a network of microregions. So one community in one place worked as a microregion, and then so it was a sort of a multiplicity of microregions, so to speak. Is that right? Because if not, I think that the East is too large to become a proper microregion, as we have more or less seen that our small region in the West, it may be. What do you think? Thank you.
Sofia?
Okay, I will answer your question. Yeah, the East is in many aspects different from the West. If we speak in microregions, in the time span of the under examination, we can observe some microregions in the Aegean. For example, Cyclades around Delos. It is a microregion. Delos is a center not only for the whole eastern part of the Mediterranean, but also for the Cyclades. There is a network of businessmen who can be observed to be active on Delos and in the neighbor islands. After the collapse of the island, after the attack of Mithridates in 88 BC, there are, of course, these businessmen, of course, dispersed to many directions. And we can see networks created to other regions of the Greek mainland and the coast of Asia Minor. But it is beyond the scope of the volume, of course, that it is later in the 1st century BC. Of course, at the beginning, we can observe that the businessmen are active in the western coast of Greece, of Greek mainland, in the western coast of Balkan. They are temporarily for some periods on the western coast of Balkan and on the Ionian Islands, and they go back to Italy. It takes some time until they become settlers and they become investors in local sectors of economy, for example, in agriculture or stock breeding. It is in the 1st century BC, and I would say after the Mithridatic Wars, after the first Mithridatic War. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Yes, of course. Thank you. No, it was great. Thank you.
Okay, well, if nobody has more questions, we can listen to the final remarks of the organizers, in this case, Tony. Thank you.
Okay, no, just very brief, because it's quite late. I only want to, on behalf of my colleagues, I want to thank you very, very much for accepting our invitation to take part in this online event, which I think it went quite well. And as you know, our book is going on, so we expect to continue our work from the editorial section very, very soon. I have to thank Mike Dobson very much for his efforts in helping us with the English of the entire volume, and thanks, Mike. He's apart from a very good editor in many aspects. I mean, to have a proper English native among us is a luxury. So that's great. And that's all from my behalf. Thank you very much again, and we expect to be in touch as soon as your chapters are coming and going, and we send you all the proofs and so on. So thank you very much, and have a nice time. Okay.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Grazie.